1 2 1 2 3 1 2. Let's go ahead and try.
Check.
Mhm. Okay, as we welcome you this morning to the National Cricket Centre here in Balmain, Vancouver, where we are seeing the fourth game of the DC Hub as their tour of Trinidad and Tobago continues, and they do have another tough battle on their hands. Yesterday, they put up a good fight against a Queen's Park outfit and just came up short, losing there by by 1 wicket essentially, and with the scores tied, and then eventually they go it off. And now they're up against a Trinidad and Tobago selection. Some of the outstanding under 15 players are here with us today. Mr. Furlong is back with us today, so let me say good morning to you as well.
Good morning, one and all, and welcome to the National Cricket Centre here in Balmain, Vancouver. The DC team is being hosted by the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. Amongst our present dignitaries here, we have the General Secretary, Mr. Altaf Bash, along with the representative, Mr. Zaid Mohammed. And the umpires are out there. The game is well underway, with DC being put into bat.
Actually, they won the toss and upped it to bat this morning. Yeah. I think they wanted to bat first, and they got their wish. The captain seemed very happy to take first knock.
One of the discussions last night was concerning the conditions and the nature of the pitch. It was suggested bowling second on the wicket, just to take advantage of any breaking up or dryness in the pitch later on to put pressure on the Trinidad batting.
And Rashid's bowling again, and bowled a pretty good line so far since he started, and he's had a couple of appeals turned down by the umpire, but in the main he's kept things pretty tight. I think just the one time he strayed on the pads and got flicked away for a boundary down to fine leg, but other than that he seems to be holding his line pretty good. It's going to be interesting now as he goes over the wicket, because he was operating almost exclusively from around the wicket. And there he is again, producing a good delivery. They're going to have to hurry here. And in fact, I thought he went to the wrong end. He had Deepak Rantla coming straight at him. It was just a couple meters away, the wicket of the non-strikers, and he could so easily have picked up and had a shy there. Instead, Ahmed Chan decided to go all the way back to the wicketkeeper, and that ball had to travel so far that it gave Shah actually gave Kanshal more than enough time to make his ground. Again, cracking this one. That's a good shot into the gap, and another comfortable 2 runs. But Billy, he's really looked, and seems every time you see him, he seems to be getting better, as if he has adjusted well to the conditions here in Trinidad.
Must be some of that local food that he's eating. He's acclimatized well to the conditions. Normally when teams travel, they struggle a little bit sometimes.
There he is again. That's another good shot. And they scamper another quick single. He's going to have to hurry again. But good running. They are cooperating with each other very well, and picking up the singles and twos quite nicely so far. So this has been a good start, even though they've lost the early wicket. But in the main, they've kept the scoreboard ticking over quite nicely.
Yes, a lot took place in that over there. There was a chance to square leg that just fell short of the field zone. There was an excellent York, and there was some quick running in between the wickets there, scampering through. After a bit ball watching with a late call, and had to hurry in with the throw coming in at his back, and he's looking at the throw rather than just running hard to make his ground.
So we have, do we have a bowling change? Oh no, we have a power play. This is 10 overs. Or 8 overs completed at the moment.
Lovely
Both opening
conditions
bowlers
here.
have done fairly well. We've had quite a few Yorkers, especially from Ramroop at the top end. He's been right on target quite a bit. There he is again. They go for a single, a little bit of hesitation, and eventually they decide to go back. But both men were out of their respective creases, almost eyeballing each other, and then eventually had to scamper back.
We call that sword fighting out in the middle there. In the last over, we saw some of it again here with that delivery. Just backing up a little too much, unsure of the calling.
Another nice drive. Again, they tried to get a single, but they're having some real difficulty. They probably need to have a little discussion, because for whatever reason, they seem anxious to push for those quick singles, but they have to judge them a little bit better. And this is going to be 4 byes. I don't think he got a touch to it. Actually, he did, so that's 4 runs. Well, the under edge is probably what took it past the keeper. It dropped just in front of the wicket keeper and unable to haul it in. Aidan Gopal.
Definitely a chance there. There was a deflection. Keeper didn't seem to pick it up at all. Went past him in a flash and raced across his lightning fast outfield. The third man couldn't get around.
Plus he went with one hand. He didn't really get his legs behind the ball. He just kind of stuck his right hand out. Missed it. Again, more runs here. They're going to have to hurry again. This is a better judge single.
There's definitely some urgency in the running this morning. With that low score yesterday, it seems the message was sent out. Maximize every single turn, the strike over at every opportunity. They're very eager to take those quick singles. Even though if it's straight to the player, they're just judging the speed of the ball to the player and taking off. It'll have to be early calls to ensure they get in. Being tested there by the Yorker. We've seen the bowlers use Yorkers in these 3 games here, and now today again. Bowlers seem to be executing an age-old recipe for success.
Yep. And that's a good delivery. Went right through everything. The hands go up, but not out, says the umpire. And too good. Too good for the bat, too good for the stumps. And the umpire says not out. 3 things you don't want as a fast bowler.
So a very brisk start to the day's play, a lot of activity taking place. Players are very busy out there. Glorious sunshine here greeting us this morning at the National Cricket Centre. School is out, school is on vacation.
So again, the line, I'm really impressed with the line of these 2 bowlers. They're not the quickest bowlers, but they've kind of settled on an area that they feel they can have success, and they're trying to keep things tight. The running between the wickets, while it has been iffy at times, has been positive in the main, and as a result of that, they have been able to pinch a couple singles, even though they're getting good deliveries that they can't really put away, but they could still nudge and run, as we just saw there.
Yeah, you wouldn't describe your running as erratic. You would describe it as just being a little proactive and eager. Once they get the calling right, the key areas they want to look out for is that single to point.
Fishing at one outside the off stump there, and no biting.
that point is that area where we're not quite sure whose call it is. It could either be the non-striker or the batsman call. They just need to be a little bit careful there. But so far the running has been very positive, just to counteract that accurate bowling that we've seen from both ends.
Here he is again, right on spot. And this is what they're capitalizing on. Any little lapse in the field, they're able to take advantage. And that is good and positive on their part. Because you may not always get boundaries, but you could certainly fill the basket with those ones and twos.
Yeah, definitely that 107 runs yesterday wasn't sufficient for the coaches. They're going to maximize every single here, rotate the strike and pick up the odd boundary when they can.
Here he is cutting, he's out, corner the wicket. That's a good delivery, a little bit of bounce there, and if anything a little bit shorter than the ones prior, and unable to resist that little shot there. Kanchal trying to cut and getting the edge and taking good catch by Aidan Gopal behind. So they've lost wicket number 2 now. It's 48 for 2.
The Atava would be disappointed with that one. They had a positive start. He had an excellent scores in the first 2 games. Struggled a little bit yesterday, but looked positives nonetheless. And here he would be disappointed. But it's a good delivery he could take hard. It got that extra bounce from the bowler coming up the hill. It was a really impressive line and length. He was focused on the stumps, and this one he just pushed a little wider. Got that extra bounce and taken a batsman was in an awkward position, trying to play that cut shot a little too close to him. Rose big on him. And catch went through to the young wicketkeeper Gopal. 48 for 2.
Is that
Vivek coming to the wicket?
Batting higher up today.
Yeah, promotion for him after that. So Ruskin, if you take wickets, you get promoted up the batting order.
It works every time.
That discussion we had about 8, 9 and 10 being batsmen and being able to make score, and you suggesting you reverse the batting order seems to have been heeded.
When necessary, if all else fails.
Definitely that strategy not to get that 107, and we have a bit of a reverse in the batting order. But this is what you want to see. Everybody getting an opportunity on tour, being entrusted with that responsibility. He's early up the batting order. He had a good day yesterday with the ball. Let's see what he's capable with the bat with his team. And a little bit of difficulty. The scoring has not been that bad with the rotation of with the quick singles. But they want to be careful not to get into that what happened yesterday, losing those wickets and too many too soon.
Plus you don't want to take too many risks. You know, you kind of like have to pick your spots where you're going to run, and I suppose over time you kind of work out which fielders are stronger than others. So if you know there's one who's quick and has a good arm, you're not going to chance it with him. But if you feel there's one who's probably a little bit on the slower side, you could probably push directly to him and still squeeze a single, as opposed to the other one who's quick and more, you know, more agile in the field.
Yeah, and this type of tour for the team would definitely introduce a steeper learning curve to these players. Some conditions they are not accustomed to. They've never played with a red ball back at home, and now they're playing on a turf wicket with a red ball, foreign conditions, and doing well.
Yeah, they must be happy, and I'm sure you want to win every game. So quite naturally, they might be a little bit disappointed from yesterday, but I think they can hold their heads high, given the fight back that they did, the way they responded to that 107 total. It's the end of the over, 48 for 2 at the end of it.
Yesterday we saw the opening bowlers having long spells, and it seems it's going to be the same here today with these opening bowlers.
Yeah, I think they've done, 5 each now, 48 for 2.
No signs of tiring from them, however, and with the wickets coming, they'll be further energized to keep going.
That always helps when you get wickets. You want to keep going. It's up to the captain to kind of read the situation, because he may want to bring them back a little bit later, should in case, you know, things don't go according to plan. You want to pull them back and see exactly what it is. And just see some of the spectators just enjoying themselves. I saw a ginger Dan Raj walking around here a short while ago, and I'm seeing a Dan Raj in the Trinidad and Tobago team, so I don't know if that is his son or maybe his nephew or somebody, but
yes, that's his son. His son plays for Presentation College. He participated in the zonal competition as well for the Central Zone. Not quite making the cut for the final 11 that went on tour, but he is here nonetheless, and we're happy to have him. And his dad, of course, is here to see him perform today.
And we have a change in bowling from that top end. First sign of spin for the morning. So it's another good delivery just outside that off stump. Teasing. Short ball, punched away. That's a good shot. He got it into the gap, and Wickets is after it. It's good. They're going to come back for 2. So again, good positive running. Really trying to squeeze as many runs as possible. And Batula was coming to the danger end, but he was able to make his ground quite comfortably.
Nice bit of wicket keeping there as well. He saw that the throw would have been short coming in there from that point. He's not chasing it down. Got there, took it on the full. That is what you want to see as a keeper. Don't let it bounce.
There's another one. Got that on the full, but couldn't put it away. And it ended up being a dot ball. 50 for 2 at the end of the over.
2 runs coming in that over. Somewhat tight over. Another bowling change here from the
So we see that all the players are getting an opportunity now to Zion Phillip from that top end. So we have the left arm Chinaman Googly. It's going to be interesting to see how they square up with him as he tries to spin, maybe go both ways, and giving the ball nice generous flight. Ahmed Pittman.
Pittman. Bowling from the pavilion end.
Pittman.
Nice start from him. Bang on target with his length so far. Awkward looking shot, fully flighted, pitching just on about the crease of the batsman there. Keeper not picking it up, wide of the off stump, and they get 2 byes.
Yep, and that's part of the problem. Why we worried about if the batsman will read, the wicketkeeper also has to understand what he's doing. And that's a bounce. That's an awkward bounce, and the keeper really that needed an amazing take, because I'm not sure how many wicketkeepers would have been able to handle that one. It's a stifled appeal, probably just starting outside leg.
I'm just wondering if he got some bat on that, which is why he took it away from the wicketkeeper as he stamped down with the bat on it.
Good, kicked. Again, going through the fielder. That's going to be 4 runs. 2 extra cover it goes. And he had a chance in the short extra cover there, but once it eluded him, the ball just seemed to gather pace across the ground.
That one again flighted, but again wide of outside the off stump, a bit too wide. Petimonde is starting with that. I don't know if he's maybe getting some drift with it. Is there any breeze coming across the National Cricket Centre that's just pushing that ball further outside the off stump? He needs to get a tad bit closer, try to get to that off stump line.
And he goes the other direction. He goes down leg. And again, they're picking up runs. Only 1 this time. But certainly the rotation is moving very quickly as they push on 58 for 2 now.
That is one of the difficulties you have with wrist spinners, that control that they need to get. It's a very difficult art to master. We have the likes of Rajendra Janraj here with us. He was one of who mastered the art significantly, playing 4 test matches for the West Indies, all on foreign soil. His son is here playing in this game here today.
Shorter delivery, this one's hit in the air, just pitching and almost spinning past the man at Port Ratches.
Zion Phillip continues there from the riverside end, northern side of the ground.
Again, batsman seeming in an awful hurry to try to get at him, giving himself room and then having to go back to fetch the ball.
At times when you're trying to rotate the strike, you try to fashion unthinkable shots to get the ball in the gap. You're losing shape there again. Sometimes you lose a little bit of your technique, trying to push the ball into gaps. The master of that, of course, was Brian Lara, and he never lost his shape trying to do it.
A little bit wider there, the batsman not interested, and quite rightly so. That's way outside that off stump.
Look very close to being called wide.
Again, Phillips just trying to get his line and his length right. Starting just about off turn, just outside. He goes again, and there's bowled him. Oh no, it hit the keeper. He missed. He had a big hit at it, missed everything, and the ball just fractionally wide of that off stump. But he was so, as they say, head in the air and having a big swing. He was aiming somewhere over long on. The ball was just outside the off stump. Luckily for him, it didn't clip the stump on the way through, and he survives. And in the end, it was a maiden over, 58 for 2 at the end of it.
Good start there from Zion Phillip at that end, keeping things tight, building pressure. Petimonde is resuming from this end.
And again, under edge, that's going to net him a single, but not in control of that shot at all. Just seemed to tug the ball. And
Vivek having a waft at that one, anticipating runs down the leg side. There's one man at square leg trying to beat him with power, but of course if he placed that, timed it a little better, he could have run away for more runs.
And bounce and turn. So I'm not sure they're picking him just yet, and because he might be a little unusual, and you could just see he's not quite sure what is going to happen once the ball pitches.
Immediately we see some variation from him there. That wrong one coming into play, just showing it to the batsman there, not quite reading it. This should be an interesting spell from young Petimonde.
If you could get him to come onto the front foot and try to play him out there. Again, he's sweeping, and this time he's out. He's given out LBW. Went right across the stumps and had a big swing, missed, and paid the ultimate price.
Not at all the length you want to be sweeping from. Trying to put pressure on Petimonde, but he flighted that one, bang on middle stump. Full And successful wicket, successful over, building pressure from one end and taking wickets at the other.
It works every time. So they've lost wicket number 3 at 59 now.
Trying to find that gap on the onside with 3 men out. You really need to focus a little more on timing the ball through there. You will still get your 4 runs. The outfield is lightning fast. There's no need to put that try to get that extra power in your shots, particularly as a bowler who's getting the ball to go both ways.
So he comes back. It's a little bit dejected because he was going along nicely, but he was having his problems with the each-way spin of the deliveries from Pittman, and kind of took his life into his own hands there, and decided that he wanted to go right across the line.
You see the captain Wesley Jackson striding out there to the middle, that number 47 on his back. We've spoken about that number so many times. Dwayne Bravo.
And I think as you're talking here about this, and I was having that discussion with my wife this morning about these youngsters coming from the Baltimore area, because she was watching the news and of course the bridge and everything else, and I'm not quite sure what the numbers are this morning, but up till last night they were still looking for the 6 missing, I think they were workers who were on the bridge, and but I'm not quite sure how what's the communication been like between the families and these youngsters. I suppose keeping them abreast, maybe letting them know that everybody in the family is okay, what have you. But there might be some disruption because it's a major thoroughfare.
A very tragic event that occurred in Baltimore on Monday night. That bridge, apparently it's not the first time that a ship has collided with one of the Pythons.
And I read somewhere where a couple of years ago that same ship had an accident in another country. Not the identical type of accident, but speaking of young Darren Danraj, there he goes, coming out as a substitute fielder.
Something must be wrong with the radar on that ship, clearly. Nothing wrong with the radar here from Pittman.
Quicker delivery right up.
His radar is certainly fine-tuned this morning. He's bang on target again. There's one a little quicker through the air. Bowling to the captain, Wesley Jackson.
Again, having him reaching for it, which does exactly what you want to do as a spinner, especially an each-way spinner. Bit of uncertainty there, and getting the wickets. Is 59 for 3 now.
Jackson would want to make amends from yesterday. He also, being captain of the team, would not have been satisfied with that low total of 107, particularly in the manner he got out yesterday. Second ball after the drinks break, holding out to that man at deep mid-wicket. It was a ball that he should have put away, but in a circumstance, a situation like that of the match, maybe he would have done better hitting that one on the ground, trying to beat the fieldsman on the ground with the lightning fast outfield. He'll surely want to do better today, post a good score and get his team in a strong position against this Trinidad outfit here.
Well, the ball, the shot was on. The problem is the size of the field. On another ground, I would have gone for 6, several rows back. But at the Oval, he just couldn't clear the head of that deep mid wicket. Take for example, if this was the size of the field yesterday, that ball would have been hitting the stanchion here now. Thinking about a single, but it's not there.
He was deceived by the size of the outfield. Never mind the size of the young man, he could probably match the size of the outfield. He's clearly the biggest boy on tour.
Again, slightly quicker delivery, just trying to push him onto the back foot.
Very tall young man, very powerful in his stroke play in the first 2 games, hitting a lot of 6s and 4s. Stands towering over the rest of his teammates. Even on camera, you're looking at him there, the non-striker end.
Look at how big he is compared to his partner. That's a good delivery again, just a little bit quicker. And but the batsman has to be mindful here that the bowler is really trying to set him up. This time he's again making a big swing, not very orthodox in that fashion, but he kept it out of the stumps, which is the most important thing, because it seemed like he was deceived there and really just tried to tug it on the onside. Didn't make the kind of contact that he wanted to, and he didn't get a single. Another maiden over, 59 for 3.
It's good to see the youngsters getting the opportunities. He would not have started in the first 2 games. Came on to bowl yesterday. Didn't, and now promoted up the batting order. So regardless of the situation in the game, you know, the youngsters are still in rotation, getting that opportunities regardless of the significance or the high competitive nature of the game. Drinks break on here.
Yeah, so they will take a break. We will be right back right after this. As we welcome you back here, the players got a nice little refreshment break, and now they are back out in the middle. Now we're watching at the captain Wesley Jackson, who is taking strike, together with Vivek Batula, who's at the non-strikers end, and signs of aggression here. It will be interesting because I'm not sure if any of the batsmen are really picking what Pittman is doing. And but they're still playing shots, which is, you know, interesting. In other words, that will give him a chance. They will always give him a chance because they'll always try to score off of him. Here they go again, and Vivek is going to run a quick single.
Interesting for Wesley. First ball after the drinks break, he was facing a long off-fields one and a long on. Never mind, Pittyman was just taking a wicket, and Wesley new to the crease, but he's already starting with that long off and long on. They're coming in for Vivek, however.
He's again a beauty of a delivery, just going past that outside edge and taken by the keeper. Gopal whipping off the bails and asking the question of the square leg umpire.
They thought that one go the other way. A lot of variation here from young Pittyman, showing Wesley that he can move it both ways off the pitch.
And a full toss this time. It's in the air, but it's going all the way. And that's an almighty hit. That's the first 6 of the innings.
This is more like the Wesley we saw in the first 2 games here. This time it's not the Queen's Park Oval, it's the National Cricket Centre. And Ruskin, he can clear the boundary here, even though it's against the breeze on that easterly side of the ground. Cleared it with ease.
Yeah, it's a similar shot to what got him out yesterday. But again, because of the size of the field, he cleared the boundary here. At the Queen's Park Oval, he was caught a meter or 2 inside the boundary.
Yeah, that was against the breeze there as well, and holding up a little bit in the oval setting, but here well clear of the boundary, although there's a man out there as well. Not the tallest man out there.
And the Chinaman googly bowlers are a rare breed. The end of the over, 67 for 3 at the end of it.
More circumspect after already getting that 6 in the over. A couple singles down the ground. Vivek managing to do what he needs to do, which is get his captain on strike. Just tapping that one down the ground, get his captain back on strike, and his captain doing the business, putting away the bad ball. So Pittyman getting a chance to see the ability of the batsman he's bowling against. He'll be up for the challenge when he comes back onto bowl. So right now Zion Phillips continuing.
He hasn't bowled badly either. He has given away precious little.
Little man that he is. Giving away little runs as well. Nice short run up. Quick bowling action.
Yeah, he's been fairly tidy, and not the biggest player out there. In fact, he's among the smallest. And they're going over the stump that time.
Reminds me a little bit his bowling action of that of Akil Hussain. His approach to the stump, that whipping action.
And he's bowled him right up, and he went right across it. And Vivek not taking advantage of the opportunity to bat higher up the order, and went right across that one, and was bowled neck and crop there by Zion Phillips. He walks back at 67 for 4 now.
A delivery definitely that Akil Hussain would be proud of. Doing exactly what the national bowler does, what he's doing in the IPL. He might be a mentor for him in the future. Straight targeting into that leg stump, Vivek playing all over it, not keeping his head down. And DC Hub losing another wicket with the score on 67.
Yeah, this is what they have to be so careful of. You don't want to be losing too many wickets early.
Wicketkeeper Siddharth comes to the crease now, making his way to join Captain Jackson. They'll need to do a little bit of work out there. It's still only 16, just over 16 overs gone. There's a lot of overs to come in this game, and already 4 wickets down. A lot of work still to be done. What sort of total you think they'll be looking at, Ruskin, if they get to that 40 over mark?
Well, from here, they certainly want to more than double their score. So I would say 160, 170 if they can get up there. But if the captain is there, there's no telling, because we know he can score quickly.
I think when they first started out, they maybe have been looking at 200, 220 when they saw the nature of the outfield and the wicket.
Kotali is the new batsman.
That total needs to be readjusted now with the loss of 4 wickets.
But remember, against Queen's Park, they also lost, wickets, but they lost wickets like repeatedly throughout their innings, so they never really got to up the tempo on a consistent basis. There are periods where they scored quickly, but then they lose a wicket. You score quickly and then they lose another wicket. Here they probably want to delay the wicket falling part, but try to keep the scoreboard ticking over, even if you don't score as quickly as you were doing yesterday. First delivery is again on target, but you could just see just standing there, Kotali. And playing at one that he doesn't need to. And that brings the over to an end. A successful over from the young man at the end of it. It's 67 for 4 now.
The spinners doing their job here again. Yesterday the spin attack at the Queen's Park Oval pegged them back significantly, and yet here again the spin attack doing the same type of thing, keeping them batsmen under pressure. They need to bat and bat long if they want to get to 40 overs.
Yeah, that's the whole idea. You can't lose too many wickets. Even if you sacrifice a few overs and you say maybe just rotate, strike, take singles, and before you go, with your big hitting self again. And but I get the impression, and this is what I like about the captain, Wesley Jackson, is because he seems so at ease. It's almost like he's always in control of what is happening out there. He doesn't seem too flustered. And
reminds me of a Carl Hooper.
He's going to play.
We know he has all the shots. We know he's capable. He looks the part, and then a rash shot out of nowhere. You want to see him bat for as long as possible, take it down to the final overs.
Again, another play and a miss. But look at how far he's playing outside there, trying to get back to ball. Doesn't need to do that.
Yeah, just being pulled wide with that delivery from Pittyman. Pittyman trying to exploit his weaknesses.
This one is in the air, could be out, caught and bowled, and he takes a catch. A brilliant one-handed catch there from the bowler. He's bowling with his left hand, and he snared that in his right hand. Plus, there was traffic. There was somebody coming right across his line of sight, but he kept his concentration. And let's take a look at it again. He kept his focus, and he pulled down a stunning catch. They made it look easy. Here he goes, running backwards, and then just putting that right hand out to pull it down. Congratulations to him on a fine effort.
Excellent delivery to start with. First he pulling the batsman with a wide one, and now that one bang on target again. With that spinning delivery, pitching and turning, the batsman playing too soon, getting that leading edge, skying up one, and Pittyman still had it all to do, having to chase back, look at the surroundings, and then plucking that right hand out on his weaker side, and grasping an excellent catch. And 5 wickets now to the DC team. The captain is still there, but a lot of were very disappointed. Sadiq walking back to the pavilion there.
Yeah, he certainly has done an incredible job, and will no doubt be happy with that, because remember he was bowling in his follow through, and then he had to check and run back, and like I said, what was even more amazing, that because there was another player, one of his teammates, coming towards the ball, and it could so easily have been a collision, but they avoided that, and but he had to get his hands up. He did that, and he put his right hand up. Sometimes they just have to stick. You don't have to say too much about it, and just make sure it stays in your hands, and you're good to go.
And he didn't dive as well. He used his feet to get there quickly. There might have been a call from someone which would have helped the fieldsman not colliding. So if there was a call, that was well done. That was the right thing to do. Call for the catch. And he did well not to focus. Sometimes you land on the ground and the ball pops out.
Alvin Sami, because and just like that, Pittman lost his footing, just as he was about to try to pick up the ball, that was played just to his right, but he lost his footing, and the batsmen were able to steal a quick single. So the new man is off the mark, Sammy. They're going to need something from him. Hit hard into the deep for another easy single.
Interesting, Pittyman just skidding on his follow through there. He held his footing properly enough to take that catch, but this time when he tried to turn, he just skid on the surface of the pitch.
So 1 by 1, they all count.
You could see him going through that motion there, really ripping it with that arm. His follow through, his back leg is high up on his follow through when he delivers that delivery. Really looking to impart as much spin as he can with the wrist and his entire body mechanics. You can see how much effort he's putting into those deliveries.
71 for 5 now, as half the side is down, and they will want to really figure out how they're going to get some additional runs here now. The Trinidad and Tobago team is just kind of tightening the screws here just a little bit.
Again, Zion Phillip from that end creating all the pressure with his maiden deliveries, his dot balls, and a wicket falling at the other end. He picked up a wicket in the last over from that pressure he's been exerting and was successful. He's in again here with that tight economy.
And again, a small man, so the ball, he doesn't like throw the ball up in the air much. So it's not going to go very high. So this is a real period here. They have to try to negotiate this without losing too many wickets. And that one somehow very lazily is able to go past the man at point, and 2 runs when it looked as if none was on there.
Believe it or not, the fieldsman at cover and backward point, they could really enter a match with the bowler to see who is the shortest person out there. Just over 4 feet each. Not big at all. This under 15 level.
We wanted to be unkind. It's a too short point. But this is, again, this is such a good opportunity for these youngsters, because remember the national team is away, so some of these players would have just missed the cut. However, they get a chance here to play in this game.
It's so competitive to make national teams across the globe, really. When you get your opportunity, you have to seize it.
Little cut shot, nothing doing. That completes another over quickly. 73 for 5 at the end of it.
Zion Phillip not hurting his chances here at all. Excellent spell.
And you're right, you know, when you get opportunities like this, you want to take advantage of it. I remember, see somebody like a Desmond Haynes. He was not in the West Indies plans, and you know, he was kind of hanging out by the beach, just enjoying himself. And then one of the players who were on the West Indies team, I think, got injured or got ill, couldn't play. Desmond Haynes got the opportunity to play, but he got the opportunity to play in the presidency level against the Aussies. He did well there, and as they say, the rest is history. He was in the test team, he did well there, and he just held his own after that. And sometimes that's all that it takes. You know, you just want that opportunity to be ready at all times, and you know, see what happens.
Yeah, he has figures of 1 for 4 or 5 overs with 28 dot balls. An economy of less than a run and over. Excellent stuff.
And the thing about him is that he doesn't spin the ball as much as other, wrist spinners do, but he's fairly tidy in terms of his line and his length.
And it's worth noting as well, 2 of those run came from a misfield at backward point.
Yeah, he's had a quicker delivery. that was no leg break, no Chinaman, no googly. That was a straight up medium piece. And he just brought the hand over. Feeling for that one, but he'll get the single.
Just keeping the batsman honest with that delivery, just trying a few variations, he recognizes the importance of trying to get that batsman out. Wesley Jackson, the captain there, will be a prize scalp for him. But Jackson just strokes one down to long off and gets a single.
We have royalty in our presence here. I don't know which is his substantive position, whether he is the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board or the vice president of the West Indies Cricket Board, or the mayor of Shogunas, or the sundry other positions.
I don't know where you're going with that, Mr. Mark.
Or sundry other portfolios that he might use. 75 for 5. As in Bazarat, as we say.
Certainly graced by a lot of dignitaries around us. At the moment, we're sitting here, commentating inside of the office of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board.
Every time I come here, I look around, hoping to see my name somewhere. I've seen all these trophies, and I'm not seeing any of the trophies that I would have won or competed for, and nothing to be found, nowhere. If Mr. Leakwai was here, I know he would have fixed that for sure. Rest his soul.
I'm reminded of Tiger Woods when they asked him, what does he do with all of his trophies? He says he gives them away as memorabilia. Maybe yours is sitting on the shelf of some very appreciative fan of yours.
I know I had when I was graduating from university, I did a senior writer's thesis. Actually, I wrote a book. And I won the award at school. And my sister came from a graduation and she confiscated that. Never saw it again. She lives in New York, and every time I go by her, she hides it. I don't even get to see it. I had it in my hand and then it just disappeared. Slightly quicker delivery, but very wide, and he got away with a wide because the batsman actually probably got the toe end of the bat to it.
Sounds like you might have to write another.
Oh man, that was plenty work, yeah. And that entailed long nights, even like nights before games and things. You try to just as your thoughts, as information come to your mind, you just kind of jot it down and you write it on the coach. Sometimes you're traveling to games, and that's a good thing. We had a coach where you had a table that you could sit at the table, and I used to spend a lot of time there. That's another good delivery, but well played also for Sammy.
Definitely is a lot of work. I admire the people that persevere. It takes a lot of discipline to do something like that. People ask me, when am I going to write mine? I simply say, I don't like writing, but I like having written.
I mean, and it really was a book on football, because Americans were now kind of learning, so I was just really writing it for them. And actually, I was doing some cleaning at home because the book was never really published, although I had the opportunity to publish it. But because when I did the project in school, they gave it back to me, so I have all the information and everything. So I actually did the binder that I had presented to them, but after they corrected and then they gave it back to me. This is a good shot and a good bit of fielding as well. That looked like it had 4 runs written all over it.
Wesley be disappointed with that one. There, one man to beat on the onside behind the umpire. Got a juicy full toss and just put it straight in his hands. He did well to knock it down and then pick up return. No run either. Did well.
The end of another over. Quickly they're going through these overs. 76 for 5 now. Which is good. These youngsters, they don't really waste time. As soon as the over is completed, they tend to kind of get into positions and get ready for the next over. And as I say that, it just seems as if there's a little delay. I'm not quite sure why the two batsmen are in mid-pitch having a discussion. Maybe they're just looking to see who the bowler is going to be. And much to their chagrin, it's going to be Pittman who's going to continue.
Successful spell thus far. 2 wickets for 21 runs off his 5 overs. Pressure from one end, and he is doing all he can to take some wickets and prize out the DC Hub middle order.
That cotton bowl is really a special bit of cricket from him. And again, finding a nice line and bringing the batsmen onto the front foot, and that's where you can have success, because if they're not sure which way it's turning and they choose the wrong direction, he's in the money. Again, another full toss that is put away beautifully. That's 4 runs. This young man is strong and he's aggressive.
Well, he would have been disappointed not getting a boundary in the last over. But this one, he got down on one knee, pulling that through the onside to the left of the fieldsman out there in the deep, and getting his boundary. So Alvin doing well, taking that single down to long off to give his captain the strike who can punish any bad deliveries. And he certainly did that. Pittman will have to try again.
Yeah, he's every so often, because he gives the ball some generous flight sometimes, that is almost always likely. Here he goes again, giving it a nice little loop and asking the batsman to come onto that front foot.
Nice solid looking forward defensive.
Well played again by Jackson. And not trying to hit the ball too hard and not trying to go across the line of the ball.
You're recognizing that there's a single on offer down the ground to long on and long off, even though they quarter way to the boundary.
This one is spooned in the air, but just away from everybody, where a leg gully probably would have taken a nice dolly of a catch, but the umpire said no, there was no bat on it, and it's going to send them back. So it might have just come off the thigh pad.
Interesting there, the umpire, is he saying he wasn't playing a shot?
Yeah, because it clearly looked like he was trying to turn it on the onside. The ball sort of jumped at him. But he says that it's not out. They see some of the spectators just enjoying the action here, parents or friends or relatives of the players. Always a good time. Time for a good lime. So certainly it's going to be a great opportunity for him to continue with his bowling at that top end if he can do so. But we have a bowling change, it seems, now at the top end, because Zion Phillips is getting a bit of a breather. And we have the leg spinner coming into the
Good spell from young Zion Phillips. 6 overs, 1 wicket for 5 runs.
And I think his biggest strength is the lack of peace that he puts on the ball, and he's always asking the batsman to provide the power.
That height he's from a low trajectory as well.
And big early delivery with the leg spin. Flatter delivery, cut away nicely. That's going to be 4 runs. They're not going to catch up with that.
Finding the gap there, short and wide, and put away between backward point and cover. Gaping gap there. That type of delivery will be punished.
So again, what a way to be greeted, just as you come into the attack. So the man at the cover point has been pushed back onto the boundary now. Quicker delivery, or rather a looping delivery. That too is slapped into the extra cover region. That's 4 more.
2 quick boundaries there to Wesley. Through the offside. Not particularly well bowled. Not a sure start here.
Ethan Ramcharan, the spinner.
Jackson is in a no-nonsense mood here, looking to capitalize on anything that is loose.
More runs. Going to get a couple here if he hurries. They're going to go for it. Yes. Sammy doing well. Responding to the call for the second run. So 92 for 5 now. Scoreboard ticking over quite nicely. To get into that business end of the innings now through these middle overs. And once you get out of this without any further damage, then you're into the happy hour phase of the innings.
This is where you have to be careful. 4 men out in the D and 5 in the circle, including a slip. So you just want to ensure that whilst you're punishing the bad ball, you're still on your P's and Q's looking for that delivery that can take a wicket. You're 5 wickets down. You're not already woods yet, and still a lot of overs to go. Wesley, the skipper, shepherding his flock through the innings.
He's doing well.
In the commentary box here now by young Vivek Batula, who batted at 4 today. How was your experience today?
It was good. It's a very good wicket for the bowlers. A lot of turn and a lot of skid. I think a score of like 170 plus should be par.
How were the conditions out there?
It's extremely hot. The pitch is a bit dry. It's good for the spinners, and a lot of turn coming from the pitch.
We saw your performance yesterday when the match was seemingly over. You came on and you spun it and picked up those quick wickets and created a lot of excitement for all the fans.
Yeah, I was trying to just hope for the best. As cricket always is like, we can change a lot. So what I was thinking is like, if you can pick up 1 wicket or 2 wickets, you're back in the game. So I was planning on doing that.
93 for 5 in the 24th over. How has your experience been thus far on the tour?
It was good. We have a good team. The pitches are really nice. The outfield is really nice. Not much that you get in the Virginia, Maryland area. So it's nice to play on these grounds, and especially last game in the stadium, in the Queen's Park Oval, it was a really nice experience.
So how many games do you usually play back at home during a season?
During a season, it's one game on Saturday, one game on Sunday every week.
And how many games in total?
I think approximately 10 games per the U15 and 10 games for U17, 20 games total.
Ethan Ramcharan continuing from the commentary box end. 94 for 5. Flighted delivery. Alvin just strokes it back down. No run. How was your experience bowling at the Queen's Park Oval?
It was nice. It was really nice. I like the atmosphere, how like the Bermuda grass, and like how it was really nice. And bowling there from the spinners end was really nice as well.
Ethan Alvin backing away there, stroking this one out to point. No run again. End of the over, 94 for 5. So how many yesterday we saw predominantly leg spin bowling from you. Do you have that googly as well? Top flight, top spinner?
I bowl leg break and off break, so I try to switch it up. So for lefties I bowl away from them, righties also I bowl away from them. So for righty I bowl leg spin, and for lefty I bowl off spin.
So today the manager said he was promoting you up the batting order. What number did you expect he'd be promoting? Or did you request a bat at 4?
I was actually given a choice. Coach Sham called me yesterday and then said, "Oh, where do you want to go?" I said, he gave me option between 1 down, 2 down, 3 down. I said, I'm scared to go 1 down, scared to go 2 down. And then, yeah.
And that one pulled away for 4 by Wesley Jackson. Another loose delivery. Another loose delivery from the leg spinner. And that one pulled through mid-wicket. And gone for 4. Wesley moving on. Moving on to 31. Of 31 deliveries. And he certainly buckled into the task at hand, losing some wickets around him. But still persevere to try to get to that total that he wants to be able to defend. Young Danraj it is. Just a false start there. Back into bowl to Wesley Jackson. Shortish again and wide outside the off some. There's protection sweeping on the boundary. They go for 1, looking for 2. Hustling and coming for it. The throw is a bit wide.
Yeah, these two really
Wonderful to the keeper, but at the middle of the wicket.
Yeah, they run together really well, Alvin and Wesley. Last few games as well, they've been running very well together, and they've been squeezing those 2s into 3s and 1s into 2s.
So what message was sent out with you when you went to bat at number 4? What was expected of you?
Rotate strike, because Wesley just came out to bat as well. So it was to rotate strike to the captain, and also just like to stay in there.
This one down the leg side, Wesley sweeping away, a bit of a fumble down at backward square. He recovers, gets that through in. It looks like Ram Sundaro there. And the batsman again go for 2 runs. That shot just brings up the 100. Lanarajan again.
I think this missed opportunity of the drop catch will definitely affect the game. Because dropping Wesley is very dangerous, and he'll continue to score a lot more runs after this. So you gotta take those chances even if they're hard.
Danarjan again.
Faster
Short
ball.
again and pulled away. Through with wicket, deep backward square, running into the boundary now. It's a very fast outfield. Once you beat the inner circle, the man on the boundary will do well to pull that in, and he couldn't this time. 4 more runs to Wesley Jackson.
100 up for the team in just 24.5 overs. They're going at a good score and would look to get above 200 if they continue batting this way.
Another false start. We've seen 3 false starts so far this over. Ensuring he gets it right to Wesley Jackson. Better delivery.
Very sensible
Stroked
batting.
out to square leg.
After hitting a couple of boundaries over, I think it's really smart to take a single. And again, coming back for the overthrows is really smart. Good running from both the players.
End of the over. 107 for 5.
End of the over, 108 for 25 overs. I think Alvin, even though he's 7 on 17 right now, he is batting really well. I think that he's taking the singles and making sure Wesley, who's attacking really nicely, who's at 41 of 36. So if Alvin keeps on taking singles and Wesley hits the ball, so it's a nice partnership as we have one anchor, one striker as well.
So tomorrow you have a rest day. Couple I seen, how was the rest day on Monday?
It was really fun going to the waterfall and then again hiking as well. Hiking and going to the waterfall was really fun. And coming back to going to the beach, it was really nice. We all had fun and I came back again and went to the pool again, so it was really fun.
And how have you been enjoying the local cuisine?
It's good. Local cuisine is good. Sometimes you're getting the food from the hotel room, restaurant as well, but it's really nice. The food's nice. Well played and well bowled by the bowler as well.
Danaraj bowling, start of a new over. The Alvin Sami, 108 for 5. Left arm, through and around.
Good running
So on a
from
quick single. Stroked it out. Nice early call. 109 for 5. Brings Jackson back on strike.
I think Jackson will look to aggressive against his bowler as well. He's with the fight as well.
Contemplating a change in the field here. No, it stays the same. Danarajan to Jackson. He's stroking this one down to long off.
At this time, I think singles are very important to the game, and I think Wesley and Alvin are doing that really well, and making sure that the ball is under pressure as well.
So what do you think you'll take back from this experience?
It was lovely to play with the turf pitches. We don't have many well-maintained turf pitches at home, and I think we learned about how a strong batting lineup and a strong bowling lineup, you might not get chances all the games, but you have to continue staying in the field, continue encouraging the bowler as well and the batsmen when they're batting and on the field.
So which do you prefer playing on, the turf pitches or the AstroTurf back?
Definitely the turf pitches. It's much better. It looks nice as well, and also I guess it's much better for spinners. I'm a spinner as well, and it's just how international it is as well because of the uneven balance. It just makes the game more exciting.
Yeah, a lot of variations on these types of surfaces.
Yeah. The credit to the bowler as well. All these bowlers having at least one variation. So the left arm leg spinner, if he's bowling, he bowls into the righty batsman, but he can also bowl googlies and bowl away. So that's what's tripping up some of the batsmen who are playing.
Nice tidy over there from Danaraj.
I'll now give it to one of my teammates, Deepak Grantla.
Now we are joined by Deepak. Deepak, how has been your experience thus far?
The experience is very good. Love the turf wickets here. Ground is very short. Love to hit it on the ground. Places in the U.S. we use matting and AstroTurf. We don't get this type of experience. So I hope we have a best rest of the time here.
So we saw a spectacular bit of fielding from you on yesterday with that run out, tumbling down the fielding to your own bowling and throwing the stumps down. Did you get the muck from your teammates for that one?
Oh yeah, we got pretty excited for that one. Brought us back into the game. It's pretty magical.
So we saw a change in strategy today a little bit. We saw you all hustling and bustling for the singles this morning.
Yeah.
Was that an instruction given from the coach to try and rotate the strike more?
Yeah, taking these singles provides a solid base for our total. Taking quick singles is very crucial for the beginning of the game because it leads up to the rest of the game at the death.
Have a bowling change from the top end. Bowling to Wesley Jackson. 111 for 5. Pushes one back to him. No run.
Oh, well cut. Straight to covers. Deep covers.
So DC doing well to rotate the strike again as you started when you were batting. What do you think a projected score would be?
Our projected score would be 180 plus totally. Our max score, I think we should target for 200 plus. That would give us a solid total to defend.
In again, off spin bowler from the top end. This
Ooh.
one worked into the onside by Alvin. Quick
Oh.
single brings Wesley back onto strike.
Well bowled, well bowled.
In again to Wesley Jackson. Nice line and link. Played into the onside, no run.
Well defended by Wesley Jackson.
This one is shorter, keeping a little bit low. Pulled
That's
into the onside, down to long one and a single.
That was a quicker one.
What do you make of batting in these conditions? I know you've both only been experienced batting on the Astro pitches, but on the turf wickets, how do you make out?
Probably just watch the bar more carefully from the hand of the ball, because in AstroTurf it's very predictable. The ball comes, but these turf wickets very unpredictable. So keeping a close eye on the pitch and the bowler's hand, you can tell about you can predict where the ball's gonna go a bit better.
So as the players take a break out into the middle, 112 for 5 after 27 overs. We'll take a break here in the com box as well. Anraj resuming from the pavilion end. That's a wide delivery, bowling to Wesley Jackson, 113 for 5. We join in the commentary box by another DC Hub player, Satwik. Satwik, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Okay. Danraj in again to Wesley.
Well played,
This one
well
played
good
into
back-
the onside.
Good back foot defense.
There's a
by
short
Wesley.
mid-wicket. Square leg. Deep mid-wicket on the boundary. A long off and long on, not all the way out on the boundary. As Danraj comes back into Wesley. Forward defensive he is.
Great solid defense.
There's a cover, extra cover, point and a first slip. And how has your experience been thus far on tour?
I think it's a good experience. We don't get quality turf pitches in America, and red ball, we don't play red ball at all. So it's a really nice experience.
This one cut away by Wesley, mixing it not all the way into the boundary, but they do manage 2 runs. That one wide outside the off stump, making room and pushing it past point for 2. 115 for 5.
Good running by Wesley Jackson and Alvin Sammy. Good back foot shot by Wesley Jackson.
This one,
Going to long off.
this one pushed down to long on. 116 for 5. So tell me about the injury. What happened yesterday?
I was diving for a catch and I landed on the other pitch where the rocks were.
What would you be taking back from the tour experience?
Mainly how to play on turf pitches because we have to play a lot lower here.
There's a lot of variable bounce out there.
Yeah, it's
You have to keep your eyes on the each particular delivery
yes.
from the bowler's hand and off the wicket.
Yep. In America, you can wait for the ball a bit longer, which
Danraj in again.
yeah.
Shortish delivery, just pushed into the onside from Alvin, the end of the over. 116 for 5. 28 gone. So what would you say has been the highlight of your experience thus far?
I think mainly showing a good fielding performance, because I think as a team or as an individual player, I think my fielding and as a team, our fielding was really good.
Sanjay Naidu will continue from the northern end. Just a 1 over so far. And he will bowl to Wesley Jackson, the captain. It's a deep mid wicket, a long on, long off, and a sweeper on the offside.
Well played by Wesley Jackson. Beautiful defense.
One just pushing back down the wicket. There he is again. Shortish delivery, punch down the ground to long on.
Great shot by Wesley Jackson. Easy single.
Single 117 for 5. So how many cricketers are there in your school in particular?
Particularly in my school, there aren't many. There's roughly around 25 in my school.
Is there a school team or do you guys just pay for the clubs?
Only for clubs. We
Only
don't
for the
play
clubs. Alvin Sami on strike. Just checks his pad. Takes a moment. Gets his concentration. Naidu into him now.
Well played by Alvin Sami.
No run, 116 for 5. Flighted delivery there. Not 100% convinced Alvin knew all about it. He's pushing forward, coming off the inside of the bat, trickling out to that short mid-wicket. Fielder, no run. Naidu bowling a tight over here, trying to build some pressure, 118 for 5. This one gets past the bat on the outside edge. The keeper didn't take it. Interesting delivery there from Naidu, building some pressure. Alvin not looking all that comfortable.
played by
Forward
Alvin
defensive. End of the over, 118 for 5. Good over there from Naidu. So now you're at the under 16 level. For future tours, out of this age group, you have to work hard to get into that under 19 outfit that might be returning here soon.
I still have 2 more years in this age group.
2 more.
Yeah, but yeah, U19 is going to be difficult. U19 is going to be difficult to make it to.
So this tour was to Trinidad and Tobago. The other team is in the Barbados. So you're telling me next be to Barbados.
I'm not fully sure about that. I think the U14 team is participating in Barbados and the U16 team is coming here. They might switch it up in the future, but for now, we're not sure.
$119 for 5. Dan Raj will continue. To Wesley. Is a mid-off in place. Loud appeal there. Struck him on the pad. The umpire is nodding and sends him out LBW.
Wesley Jackson.
Pushing forward to a delivery there from Dan Raj. Pitched on the stumps. Jackson with a long stride forward. Struck on the pad and the umpire had no hesitation. Look at it here again. Dan Raj is in. Thrown around to the umpire. Left arm, that one pitching, hitting the back leg, it would seem. The umpire adjudicating that would have crashed into off stump. Significant spin there for young Dan Raj.
Wesley Jackson.
The 6th wicket goes down.
Wesley Jackson, beautiful innings, 47.
Well, that one seemed to creep under the bat, hit him on the front pad. 119 runs on the board, and the captain goes very slowly making his way back to the pavilion.
Arya Lale into the bench.
43 runs. And Dan Raj has struck, broken through. He struck halfway up the pad there, pushing forward. He'll be disappointed with an excellent wicket here. Excellent breakthrough, 6 wickets down. 119 runs on the board, the captain goes.
Arya Lale about to take his first ball.
Just about 11 overs left to play, 4 wickets in hand. I don't think this is where the DC Hub would have wanted a little more runs on the board here.
Arya Lale, star player yesterday with 2 wickets early on.
Ayalele comes in, replacing his captain. Dan Raj into him now. Stood over, picking up his first wicket. Nice line and length. Lele is playing back to this one. Struck him on the pad. The ball runs away past for slip. They do get a single, taking the score up to 120. Sort of a half shot there for Dan Raj. His teammates going up with him. Struck high up on the right leg. Not out, says the umpire. Score moving on to 120 for 6. Brings Alvin back on strike. He'll have a key role to play here now for the remainder of these overs. Dan Raj right on top in this over. Flighted, playing forward, Alvin. A critical part of the game right now. Dan Raj is in, and this one is tugged into the onside. Just left of that man at mid-wicket into the boundary now. A couple bounces. Well struck by Alvin Sami. Over the infield. Releasing some of that pressure with the loss of the captain there. And Dan was just spoiling the over somewhat, going for 4 runs. 124 for 6. Picking which deliveries he wants to go after. Good judgment there. The field is adjusted. That man staying now at cow corner on the boundary as Dan Raj is in again. This one just stroked into the onside to short mid-wicket. The end of the over. Successful over for Danraj, taking the wicket of the captain. A big scalp there for him. $120 for 6 after 30 overs. We just had the pleasure of listening to some of the voices of the young DC Hub players. Their parents and family back home would love to hear them and what they have made of the experience thus far. We're now joined by Jignesh in the commentary booth. Jignesh, how are you? Welcome.
Thank you, Billy. DC Hub looking comfortably at 124 for 6 at the end of 30 overs.
Naidu again to resume from the top end. This time bowling to Lele. And this one he struck on the pad and the umpire says it's out. It struck him in front. Seemed to be pretty straight from here. Of course, we don't have the best vantage point, but that one he just strode forward, struck him in front, seemed to be in line, and Lele goes.
Arya Lele not happy with the decision, I believe. He was kind of astonished looking at the umpire. A good ball by the bowler, beaten by a good spin.
Naidu picking up his first wicket there. That's the wicket of Arya Lele. And 7 wickets down now for 124 runs. DC Hub in a bit of trouble here. Sakit will be the new batsman coming out to the middle. Batsman seemed to be a little disappointed in that decision there, but he'll have to go. The umpire's decision is final. He did seem to stride forward and struck him in line. Whether it would have been going down the leg side from the off spin of Naidu would depend on how much degree of turn there was. And he picks up his first wicket.
New batsman is Saket Kandadai. Yesterday he got a good, I believe, 19 runs. DC Hub now needs to carry on with the remaining overs. Not many wickets in hand. And the local team TTCB looks good. Here as well, just like yesterday, a lot of wickets has been taken by the spinners. Looks like, DC Hub is struggling with the spinners.
Would it be fair to say that on these pitches they're not more accustomed to the variation in bounce and turn as opposed to the AstroTurf? They're struggling a little bit against the spin in these foreign conditions. Naidu successful. Bowling to the opening bowler Sakit. He was called upon yesterday to score some runs for his team. He's called upon it again today. Just over 9 overs left in the innings. Naidu into him now. This one just short. He plays him off the back foot into the offside. No run. Yes, the better part of 9 overs to stay there to see as many runs as he can get without losing another wicket.
DC Hub is looking to at least play all the 40 overs. They have a good 60 odd balls to play.
Push back down along the wicket.
DC Hub had a kind of a batting collapse yesterday.
Naidu in again.
Naidu is right on track. Saket Kandadai defending really well. Billy, what I've seen here is a lot of DC Hub players. I think, they are getting astonished with the spin bowling, especially on a turf pitch.
In again, and this one pushed out into the onside. Yes, that going from AstroTurf to turf wicket, they get a lot more variations in terms of bounce and a lot more grip and turn. So they're just struggling a little bit in these last 2 games against the more effective spinners, the ones that have a little more tighter control than the previous 2 games. Naidu in again. And this one trying to play a cut shot, pulling away from it and goes through to the wicket keeper. No runs. The end of the over, 124 for 7. 9 overs to go.
So what we see as a team, and as a guidance to the players, that this is like their learning experience on a new pitch, which we don't generally get at the local grounds in the US. So the batsman generally has a mindset of rotating the strike. I think they need to have a good temperament and a patience, looking at the merit of the ball. Uh, I am sure they don't have a pressure to make big score, because we are batting first, so there is no set target to be set.
Under these conditions, you have to have that one batsman that can look to bat through the innings, and people bat around him, because you want to maximize all of the overs. 40 overs is a long affair. There's a lot of deliveries to face. Danraj is going to continue here. Left arm thrown around. Ball into Alvin Sami. This one is outside the off, so he pushes into the cover. He has a long one on a cow corner, deep straight mid-wicket on the boundary. Those are the only two men out. And that seems to be the favorite area for scoring for Alvin. And he goes again. This one is high. There's a man out there at long on. An excellent one-handed catch. Not what the coach would recommend. Standing here next to the coach himself. One-handed. Plucked it out of the sky. Very close to the boundary. And Alvin picking out one of the two men on the boundary. And Ludisi losing their 8th wicket. We're just speaking, Jignesh, about trying to bat through the overs. And this is a set batsman here, holding out to that man at long on, one of the two only fieldsmen out in the deep. Amit Chan taking a one-handed catch. I'm sure the coach will have a word with him when they get back into the dressing room. He seemed to settle himself under it. It seemed as though he would be going with it with two hands. And then Ala Kyron Pollard stuck a hand up in the air and plucked it out of the sky, Jignesh.
Yeah, the shot was, I think, Alvin hit a good shot, but looking at the catch, it looked like it was like a casual, confident catch. Alvin, one of the experienced player of the team, he played more than 30 balls. He was looking good, set player. Looking at the game situation, he tried to change the gears. He had a right mindset.
A message should have been sent out to him. He's 31 balls, 16. You're 7 wickets down and 2 men in the outfield. You want to stroke that ball around. Maybe wait until the 37th over or so before you look. And Danraj has been on top here. He has 2 wickets. He's been bowling tight. There's been tight bowling from both ends. DC under some pressure and a really an unwarranted shot from Alvin Sami.
Danraj scalped his 2nd wicket in his 5th over. Really bowling well. And batsmen again, DC up, still I think looks like they're struggling with the spinners. New batsman is at the crease is Shivansh Chakuri. He's a top order batsman in general.
We saw him bat at number 3, was it yesterday?
Yesterday was number 3.
And then we look at the catch again on the replay. Definitely one out of the IPL. Danraj in now. Left arm thrown around, outside the off stump, stroke down, just to the left of the mid-off fieldsman. He has some work to do. Tumbles down on it now, pulls it back up, and the batsman get 2 runs. So Sivansh off the mark. Naidu there doing the fielding. And a good-looking stroke there from a number 3 batsman, coming in late down the order at 124 for 8. Danraj in again to Sivansh. Outside the off stump, and this one pulling, bottom hand taking over, pulls it down to that sweeper on the boundary on the onside, and a nice throw, only a single. So a positive start here from Sivansh. 3 runs already, but he'll want to be wary. He has a job to do. He is a top order batsman, should recognize his responsibility here. He's batting with the tail.
So as we discussed yesterday, Billy, that this DC Hub team, most of the players, they are shuffled between 1 and 10, 1 and 11. So they have a good mindset what stage the game is and how much they have to bat.
125 for 8. This one outside the off stump, pushed into the onside by Sakit. He'd want to stay there because he has a proficient batsman with him.
So it's a good mix of batsmen at the crease. Saket is a very aggressive player in general. He will hit the ball on the merit.
Danraj in again. This one on the middle stump, pushing back down the wicket. Danraj does his own fielding, trying to find a gap between bat and pad there.
Good over by Dhanraj. With the
127
32nd
for
over
8.
done, is the last power play in play.
Danraj picking up a wicket.
Looking at the yesterday's game with a low score to defend,
Umpire just signaling the final power play. 127 for 8. 32 overs gone. Final 8 overs to come.
Sanjay Naidu is back in the attack. Final power play in the attack. See some slight fielding changes. There is a deep square leg and a deep extra cover and a long off and a long on.
This one a wild swing from the batsman. Naidu continuing from the top end. Didn't make contact with the ball and went through to the keeper. There are 8 overs to go.
Shivan Shekari on the strike. He was looking to hit the shot on the cow corner. Missed the ball. And now we see a fielder at the cow corner. A good change by the captain and the bowler.
The batsman showing signs of aggression here with 8 overs to go and 8 wickets down. Naidu in. No run this time.
Shivan's looking to change the gear. He's very good in the with the off spinners.
This one a quick
A
single
quick
to square
single.
leg.
By Saket Kandadai, running at the dangerous end. So Billy, at looking at the intent of the players at this stage, after losing 8 wickets, what do you think? Is it the right intent, or they should still take their own time, settle down?
Shivansh has to remember there are only 2 wickets to come. You don't want to take any unnecessary risk. At the same time, you want to take every run on hand, but punish loose deliveries. Try to find the gaps. You have to be wary of putting the ball in the air.
So Shivansh and Saket, they have played a lot of games together. He knows how Saket plays at this stage of the game.
Another wild swing outside the off stump. Naidu was eager. Thought he was in the game there for another wicket. 128 for 8 after 33 overs.
So right now I see a good mix of a top order batsman with an aggressive batsman, and the communication I see between the batsmen, sometimes it feels very fulfilling that they know each other well. So 7 hours to go, they know what has been told them by the dressing room, what message has been sent. I hope they follow the plan and execute the plan. They all want to play all 40 overs.
Seems there'll be a bowling change now at the southern end.
I expect some top order bowler might come at this stage of the game.
It looks like Zion Phillip will return. Switching ends. His cap is off. Diminutive figure, instantly recognizable.
New bowler, I believe, in the attack. So I heard that all these players, they're part of some zonal team.
Zion.
They're part of some zonal team, and a lot of other players from this team, they have been traveling to some other tournament.
There's a regional under 15 tournament going on across the Caribbean. The different territories, the different countries competing against each other. As Zion Phillips returns, switching ends. He was very economical from the northern end. This time, bang on target again, and a wild swing there from the batsman, and he's bowled. Not sure what the message is sent out to the batsman there, Jignesh, but they seem to be throwing away their wickets with 7 overs to go. The intent seems to be unclear. 9 wickets down, 128 runs.
Shivans is the batsman who got bowled by good off spinner Zian Philip.
So good change by the captain, bringing back his most economical spinner and immediately taking that wicket.
Raj Aditya Goswami is the last batsman, and you'll be surprised, he was opener in the first 3 games. Raj Aditya Goswami, Raja. So you see the batting strength of DC Hub team. As I was saying yesterday, like out of 11 people, 10 or 9 or 10 people, they can go from 1 to 11.
So Ruskin Mark got his wish with rotating the batting order.
Except
Was
one or
one
two
of his
batsmen.
strategies when you have a low score. And now we have the opening pair coming to
So-
face the last 7 overs. So was
So-
the intention to try and get the openers out there as soon as possible, Jignesh?
So I was saying one other day to one of the commentator that DC Hub has a good 11 batsmen, good 11 bowlers. They can play anywhere in the stage of the game, and they still have the same mindset. If an opener batsman goes, they know what an opener batsman has to do.
Well, they've crossed the score from yesterday. The opening pair now at the wicket with 1 wicket to go. 7 overs to come. Zion continuing, picking up his 2nd wicket. He now has figures of 2 for 5 off his 6 overs. Very impressive from the young man. He will now get to bowl at the opening batsman.
Raj Aditya has a good temperament. He has a right technique. He is very good at the spin.
This one pushed down the wicket. A little bit of a misfield from Zion. Concedes the single to get Raja on strike. Not sure if he wanted to bowl at the number 11 batsman and giving that single away.
Raja is right on off the mark.
Very strategic from the young man. Trying to get at the number 11 batsman.
Saket Kanadai defended really well. So if you see the lower order batsman, the term that we use, it doesn't really make sense here, where a opener is coming at number 11, and and number 11 is going 1 down or opening, because they both have strength. So I like the approach. They should use all the 40 overs.
This one cut into the onside. Single out to cover.
A good rotation of strike. They know, I think, 1 wicket is in hand and roughly 6 overs to go.
This one pushed into the onside end of the over. A successful over, picking up the wicket off his first delivery. 130 for 9 after 34. Jignesh, very much the philosophy of the DC team would be to give as much exposure to all of the players that came on tour, all 12 of them.
That's correct. That's correct. So the intent is to get exposure, playing at a good turf pitch, playing against a good team, good local team. And we have been challenged really hard yesterday. Hope to see a good game today as well. I think compared to yesterday, today we are putting up a good score. Hope to add a few more runs.
Seems there'll be another bowling change on the northern end
Another
this
spinner in
time.
the attack.
Hundred and 30 for 9.
Might still be Naidu, you know. Still Naidu.
I will give it to you after this over.
Naidu to continue from the northern end.
I will give this to after this over.
Or just stroking it on the other. Tried to throw down the stump at the non-striker end from the extra cover fieldsman. Didn't release it. Just want to show the batsman his competitive nature. 130 for 9. Score remains. This one gets past the outside edge. The keeper doesn't take it. Naidu deceiving both the batsman and the wicketkeeper there.
Naidu in his 5th over. Just given 5 runs so far with a wicket.
Another
Look
one
like-
goes past the outside edge.
Looks like the captain has a strategy to use the bowlers, spin bowling more, as most of the wickets has been taken by the spinners.
This one again stroked into the offside.
So
No
I'm
run.
sensing that when the DC hub is going to bowl, they must have studied the pitch well, bringing more spinners into the attack. Right now the score doesn't look that big, that daunting.
This one hits straight back past the bowler. Long on comes around. There's just one run though.
A good strong shot at the long on by Saket Kandadai.
Both batsmen still showing their intention, their aggressive intentions though. Every now and again trying to get that boundary.
Raj Aditya at strike. A good ball.
End of the
And it's the
over.
end of the over. It's the end of 35 overs. And DC is 132 for 9. Still 5 overs to go. If DC up plays all remaining 30 balls, if they can add at least 25-30 runs, it will be a good score to defend. Hope to see a good game.
It's certainly one to get past 150. Make it as competitive as possible. Yesterday we saw excellent opening bowling to peg the Queen's Park team back. Here different conditions, a lot drier.
I think
Down in
Zian
the
Salevi
central
is back
range.
in the attack. A good ball. Well defended by Saket Kandadai.
Shorter this time from Zion, cut into the offside. Looking for that gap, Raja. This one stroke on a good stop down there on the long on boundary. One bounce, Chan doing some good fielding as again. Took that excellent catch earlier, this time stopping a boundary with one just bouncing, misbehaving a little bit in the outfield. But managed to recover with that one right hand, plucking it down on one run.
Full toss ball. A quick single by Raj Aditya Goswami. Still a good fielding setup. I think the fielding team knows that it's a last power play. There might be a couple of loose balls trying to save the big shots. A good ball on the offside.
Another good spell here from Zion, changing ends.
Well defended shot. I think DC Hub will be contained if they can reach to 150 and if they play all 40 overs.
133 for 9 the score after
I will
36.
take a breather. I will give my headset to Mr. Ruskin. Thank you, Billy.
Pleasure having you again, Jignesh. 133 for 9. 36 overs gone. It's now crunch time. They've managed to not lose another wicket to get to 36 overs. I think they'll be eyeing up 150 plus. They managed to keep this last wicket intact. Welcome back, Ruskin.
Thank you very much. And back here, 133 for 9, obviously. Probably there were just a few overs, just a handful of overs, 4 overs left. So they're obviously trying to make hay here. But the bowlers are not cooperating. And that's a classic example there because the line has been so good. And Naidu has come on and he's really tightened up at that top end, making life very difficult indeed. This time a little bit offline. And this one is rolling very close to the boundary, might just get there, and a good save in the end. Excellent work there from Ethan Ramcharan.
That one seemed like it would have been 4 runs as it left the bat, but Fieldsman doing excellent work to pull it back. Ball seemed to be dying at his approach the boundary rope.
Yeah, it's a good effort, a good fielding effort. And this one is in the air. This is a long shot, but it just bounces in front of the fielder. I thought he probably could have come in and make an attempt, but he probably made a business decision there. He wasn't in the diving mood.
Naidu waving both arms in the air at him now. It's like, why didn't you come in and take that? It was in the air for a long time. You see, he could have gotten there, Ruskin.
Yep. And that's well played. They're going to have to hurry this both ends. And the wicketkeeper misses it. Well. He had the man out of his crease, stranded literally there, was Kandadai, and the wicketkeeper missed the stump.
Inexplicably, he tried to throw it back onto the stumps. He seemed to be very close to it. Could have easily executed that run out. The batsman was way out of his ground. And he's standing there right next to the stumps, Gopal, and threw it with his glove.
Backhanded, yep.
A little bit of Dhoni in that, but Dhoni would have hit the stumps.
Again, he goes aerial. That's a good shot. That one is going to race down to the deep extra cover boundary for 4 runs. Naidu throwing it up in the air, tossing it up, and asking the batsman to take on the challenge.
Expertly timed there, Ruskin, hitting inside out to the off spinner over extra cover, crashing into that boundary there. Well executed shot from the batsman we saw open the innings on 3 occasions, and this time coming in low down at the end of the order.
Well, the thing is, when you're batting, you would want to bat anyway. Once you get a chance to go out in the middle and bat. So he obviously taking full advantage of this. And really kept keeping his head down, not worrying about it too much, just playing each ball on merit. Now as the over comes to a close, and of course the batsman will chat and probably do another assessment to see where they are at this point in time, and try to make some kind of charge down the stretch here. I suppose 150 might be the next target for them if they can get there. I don't see why not.
Interesting
140 for 9 at the moment. So they obviously have some work to do, and just a couple overs.
Interesting tactic from the strategy team from DC Hub. putting Vivek up the order. And I don't think it's a coincidence that both former number 1 and 2 batsmen are at the wicket at 10 and 11. Maybe perhaps looking at what happened yesterday and ensuring that they wanted to maximize the overs, sending the opening batsman at the end.
Attack now. So Pittman is going to bowl his Chinaman Googlies from the southern end. He's picked up a couple of wickets already, so they're probably looking to him to see if he could wrap it all up here now. 140 for 9. Gives the ball a nice little flick. Doesn't have a slip though, and that's well played. They're going to only get a single when it's all said and done, but this young man down here at long on has brought off a spectacular catch, a one-handed effort, out to look almost like a baseball grab without the mitts. And then a short while ago he also made a fine stop in the field at a ball that could so easily have eluded him and possibly gone on to things. This one is another opportunity to just keep the scoreboard ticking over. Probably not at the rate as they would like, but I'm sure they'll want to try and squeeze as many runs out of this now as they possibly can. It's 142 for 9. So one by one they're filling them up, but not the flood of boundaries as they would like, and I think that's dictated by the number of wickets that have fallen already. 9 of them in the hatch, another one, and that's it. And this time he is going right through him, and nobody seems to know what had transpired there, and the ball just seemed to go right through. The wicketkeeper is asking the umpire is asking his colleague, the square leg umpire, to see what exactly transpired there. Could be he was bowled, or did the wicketkeeper inadvertently remove the bail, and nobody seems to know exactly what went on, but the umpires have decided not out.
It all happened so quickly.
Yep.
It seems as though he was bowled, but then uncertain if the wicketkeeper would have broken the stumps. The bail was on the ground. Unsure, the umpires conferred, and not out was the final verdict.
143 for 9 at the end of the over.
Interesting in that over, the deep mid wicket was not on the boundary. He was all the way in, not quite in the 30-yard circle, but 3/4 way.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an area where the batsmen were looking to score boundaries.
Well, you have 12 legitimate deliveries left, and 150, maybe 160 might be on the cards now if you can maybe swing for the fences here.
Ruskin, I would just stay and bat it out with 1 wicket to go and just maybe leave the last 3 balls to swing at.
Well, I
Because you don't
suppose
wanna lose the wicket.
you want to bowl bat out your full quota. That's one thing. I think Naidu's going to continue. And that's well played. That's smart cricket, because he couldn't get to it to try to hit it over the top. And rather than take that risk, he decided to wait in his crease and then just dab it, which is excellent. Good thought pattern there.
Yeah, low risk shot, maneuver the ball around, try and get as many 1s, 2s and 3s as you can, and save the big hitting for that last over.
So these two have batted well. This one is just spooned it, and then again a single there. I wish again a little bit of indecision. This could be another opportunity here, but once more they've decided to go through with the single, and in the end Kandadai made it safely to the wicketkeeper's end, or the striker's end.
That
but a lot of
hesitation.
confusion.
That hesitation. The batsman, the striker call, it was his call. The non-striker hesitated with the extra cover, closing down and shadowing the ball. It was a single in the end, but the delay made it a very dangerous, risky situation, almost getting run out.
Yeah, it is. Once the ball had eluded the bowler, the single was always on, but he just kind of froze at the non. So he was watching the ball. That's basically what it is. I'll be saying local parlance, he was gaping at the ball.
Another example of sword fighting out in the middle.
Again, the ball is in the air, and this time he spools the catch, and that is the end of that. He was trying to go deep with that one, couldn't resist the opportunity to get under it, and 146 for 9 at the end of the innings, and it candidates the man out.
One batsman seemed to be intent on pushing the ball around and getting as many as he can. The other one seemed to want to hit it out of the ground. Two totally different approaches, but in the end, that is not what you wanted to see happen. A skying one to point. Simple catch on the end of the innings now.
Yeah, so 146 all out. And really, it's a total that I'm sure that they could probably work with, but I know they would have been hoping to maybe get to that 150 mark to begin with, just to get to that target. That would have been a kind of psychological figure, 150. And but spare thought for how they started yesterday when they only posted 107. They had Queen's Park in dire straits early on when their frontline bowlers, the opening bowlers, picked up 2 early wickets each, and Queen's Park was wobbling at one stage. They just couldn't finish them off, and of course aided and abetted by a number of drop catches that really came back to hurt them in the end. If they could correct some of those errors here and maybe get a similar start with the ball, who knows, this might still be a very competitive total.
One noticeable difference between these two games yesterday and today is the low extras. Very wides on no balls, very limited, very good control execution by the bowlers. In the previous games there were so many extras, it added to the total. No luck here for either one of the teams. They're going to have to score all the runs off the bat and work hard for their runs. We saw Wesley Jackson getting 47, and that was the highlight of the innings, the top score, pushing that total. He is the difference between the 107 and the 146 today.
Well, we certainly look forward to seeing what the reply is. We'll come back in a short while, about 25 minutes or so, to give you the reply. Can the Trinidad and Tobago under 15s overcome the bowling of the DC Hub and get to the 147 they require for a victory? Stay tuned. We'll find out when we come back. Thank you very much, and welcome back here to the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. Bright sunny conditions prevailing here with the reply by the Trinidad and Tobago U16s getting ready to bowl off here. Sanjay Naidu is the man opening the batting. And Aidan Gopal is the opposite number. So there's the first delivery, bang on target. There is Lele. On 47, not a difficult target, but it could be a tricky one, especially if the bowlers do well. And we see already Lele is finding a pretty good line.
Good afternoon, Ruskin, and good afternoon again to all our viewers. The DC Hub opening bowlers will be keen to try and replicate the start they had. That last game at the Queen's Park Oval, they had an excellent beginning.
Here they go. This is the first run of the innings. Nicely played by Naidu, just pushing it into the offside and getting a comfortable single. Remember, the target is 147 for a victory. A no ball. So 2 runs, so they're off and running. 2 without loss.
Free hit coming up now. There's a third man. 2 slip. There's a change in the field. I'm not sure he's allowed to make a change in the field.
Yeah, that's the thing. When it's a free hit, you're not allowed to make any adjustments to the field.
But several adjustments being made, Ruskin.
Yeah.
Man out sweeping, the mid-wicket. The first slip comes out now.
Yeah, so it's a little bit strange to see them adjust in the field, but I suppose the umpires are not as strict with the rules. And there he goes, trying to crack that one away. Aidan Gopal misses. Not a bad delivery, actually.
And now we see the first slip go back in. The sweeper comes back to his position. A very similar field to as he started yesterday, with that 2 slips a gully and a third man trying to seek that outside edge.
A good start is ideal for them, but I'm sure the bowlers have other plans. That's another peach of a delivery. And just touching down and just the angle, taking it across the face of the bat.
Gopal seemed to just tuck his bat inside the line, protecting his off stump.
This young man, every time I see this young man, I'm even more and more impressed with him, because he does have all the tools. There's a beauty. That one hit the edge, and it just went down past the wicketkeeper, and that's going to go into the boundary for 4 runs. Not much Katali could have done about that. You could see how quickly Gopal spun around to see if it was going to go to hand.
We spoke about this yesterday as well. There is a gap between that first slip and the wicketkeeper. I'm not sure it's intentional, but there is a gap there. Even the second slip is wide of that first slip. You want to be close in, just an arm's length away from each other, So those chances don't go up begging. You can't have your opening bowler toiling in brand new ball and having chances go through the slip.
They had the two slips there, no, but it's now like a slip and a gully. So they're still, and even the first slip, look at how wide he's gone already. And because sometimes the edge is not a thick edge. Going again, driving, a little stifled appeal, but not out, says the umpire, to complete the over, the first of the innings, 6 without loss.
Well, the first slip is the captain himself, so he would know where he wants to position himself. A bit curious there. Excellent first over from Lele.
It is incumbent upon the fielding team to try to, put as much pressure on the batsman as possible. Don't give them too many freebies. And more importantly, when the catches come, accept them. Because yesterday I thought they suffered as a result of those drop catches, and there were quite a few. And at the end of the day, they came up just short, losing by that 1 wicket. When had they held on to some of those catches, they would not have been, anywhere near that. They probably would have been well away from they probably would have won that game on a canter long before it got down to the dregs there.
Seems Wesley's just coming off the field. A little bit of a hobble there by the captain. Seems to have done himself some injury there, trying to take that catch, diving across in first slip in the last over.
Yeah, he probably hit his knee on the ground. Kinda died. He's going to pick up the attack from the northern end. So it's always of concern when you see a player sort of limps off the field. You just want to make certain that everything is A-OK. Kanchal. So Kanchal is the one who will take up the responsibilities now that Captain Jackson is off the field. So he does have a slip, but again, it's like a wide, it's more like a second slip. Then we have a fourth slip, or well, not even a gully, so you have to consider him a fourth slip.
Very unorthodox placement of the slips.
And no real pace there. In fact, that ball had a nice loop to it. But now that the youngsters are getting to what we call the business end of the tour, I'm sure they want to try and end on a high. Starting today and recovering from that disappointment from yesterday, where they were so close and yet so far. A wide signal, just straight down that leg side. And that's one of the areas that they don't want to invest in right now, where you have a small total and you don't want to gift your opponents too many freebies.
Well, the good thing is there are two left-handers on strike, so there isn't much having to change for that right-arm, left-arm combination. So they Sakit should do well just to settle into that line and link. Pitching maybe middle and off and going across the left-hander to bring those slips into play.
He's again cutting at one. They're appealing for a catch, and the wicket is gone. He was trying to slap it through the offside and got an edge. And that is all she wrote here. Walking back dejectedly there is the youngster, and that is a crucial wicket for the DC Hub. It's now at 11 for 1.
That delivery there, exactly
rather
what the doctor ordered.
7 for 1, I should say.
Exactly what, correcting his earlier mistake down the leg side, and that delivery, pitching exactly where he wanted it to. Pitching on that off-stump line, drifting across with the natural bowling action and picking up that outside edge. Excellent start again from the DC team. The Trinidad and Tobago team just pegged back early. First wicket falling.
Yes, and it was a good delivery as well. Maidu wanted to play the cut shot, was a little close to him to play it because he never really extended his arm. He just kind of hurriedly flushed the blade and was caught at the wicket.
And not the start you want from the opening batsman. You want him playing up and down the line, not really looking to hit those balls across the line with that horizontal bat shot. Another left-hander up.
Not sure.
Field stays the same. Early wicket again to Sakit.
Next delivery is wide outside the off stump, and this is where I suppose the players now they probably got used to playing under these conditions. It's not the preferred conditions, if you want to call it that, but this is all part of the learning curve for them. They will have good days, they'll have not so good days, and then they'll have really good days inside of there. So it's just for them to work through whatever difficulties they might have. I know the grounds are hard, so they're probably feeling the effects of running on these tough surfaces. And again, just playing wide, but umpire signals are wide.
Yeah, this is where the players have to manage fatigue as well. They've been here since Friday of last week. They've had 3 days in the field. One rest day, which was a hike, which involved a hike and as well as Maracas Beach. Some fatigue might be setting in.
Comfortably played, just a little too short on that occasion.
There is a rest day tomorrow. It's more of a sightseeing day for the team. They head down to the Hanuman temple in Central, followed by a trip to the temple in the sea.
So Joshua Joseph is the new batsman, the other left-hander who has joined Aiden Gopal. And that's a good delivery, a little bit of bounce there, and you could see Kotale taking it as it was climbing over his right shoulder. And see the coach just giving some instructions as to what it is he wants to see and how things should be progressing, maybe which bowlers to utilize at what stage. And so they got the early wicket. Can they keep going now? Right out in front is Joseph. Just playing it on merit there. So that completes the second over of the innings, and certainly other than just a wide and extra, it's 8 without loss. 8 for 1, I should say.
Well, that's a dead start from the opening batsman, and now 1 wicket fallen. It's a little bit of consolidation. Batsman still trying to come to terms with the bounce of the wicket, the dry conditions, getting used to two bowlers they would have not seen. The Trinidad and Tobago outfit, usually if they're playing at home, they'll be playing against some of their fellow either classmates or players they played against in the school system or zonal system. But this is an outfit that they would have not seen previously. Just taking the necessary time to get accustomed to their pace and bounce.
So Lele is going to continue from the southern end. I'm sure he would like to pick up a wicket. He hit the outside edge in his first over, but didn't get the catch. He is again bowling another beauty. Really just touching down and going right across Gopal. And all the more reason why you think they should pack that slip cord, and if you're going to use the slip cord, and make sure it's tight so that when that edge comes, you have players there who can deal with it.
Well, that gap is so significant. I think you could even put a player in there and he'd fit right in.
This time he's driving, and once again,
I hate to belabor the point, but it seems as though the third man is wasted when you should really have him up in that catching position. Have that tree slips. If it goes through the gap, it's a single to third man. But if it's in the air, you lose that opportunity to snag an early wicket. And with 146 runs on the board, you want to take every chance that comes.
this time the batsman failing to catch up with it. So this is kind of like a recurring theme now. A play and a miss, a play and a miss, a play and a miss. And the bowler doing the smart thing, just putting the ball there and encouraging him to drive at it. And so far, Gopal not able to catch up with it. Luckily for him, he doesn't even get the edge either. And again, this one a little more lift as well, but the same result.
Is there thinking just leave him there?
Excellent, excellent bowling now. And he's maintaining that line, so it's not like he's shifting from there. If anything, he could also invest in maybe taking out one of the players, square the wicket and putting them in that slip cordon. And here they go again, that ball peeling off a thick outside edge. It's an area I'm sure that they probably be well advised to invest in. Try to plug it as much as they possibly can, but 2 runs all the same.
There are only 2 persons on the onside.
So let's see if this young man could finally pick up a wicket. He's bowled well enough to deserve one, you'd have to say. He's not going to get it there. In fact, he will spoil his figures there. I was asking a couple of the youngsters if they like cycling, and they all seem very excited when I mentioned cycling. But I was showing them, I said, look, the velodrome is here, the cycling velodrome. And so they were all hyped about that, you know. I don't know if they'll ever get the chance to go inside the velodrome, because not only did they see the velodrome there, they also have the aquatic center. And inside that hub right there, plus the home for football is also back there. The Addo Bolden Stadium looking at us.
Yeah, this area here in the central area, Balmain, it's a hub of sporting activities: swimming, cricket, football, athletics, the velodrome.
That's the end of the over. Another quiet one, just the 2 runs and the wide coming out of it. So that should take it up to 11 now, for 1 rather, after 3.
There's of course the Olympic size swimming pool there, 50-meter pool, as well as a pool for diving.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
A water polo, a lot of water polo is played there. We had the Panem Games, the Junior Pan Am there. And was a fun event. Some serious racing in the pool. Of course, Nikolai Blackman carried the Trinidad and Tobago. I shouldn't say the Trinidad and Tobago flag. Well, the flag is one thing. He really led the way in the water with some outstanding performances. Here's another delivery just too far outside the off stump. Kandadai.
The Olympic swimming pool also used by a lot of the swim clubs around the country to train for that Maracas 5K. There's a 1K and a 5K in the water at Maracas. Excellent facility for that training for that event.
Good patience shown here by Joseph, not falling for the trap, playing at deliveries right outside the off stump. When you look at that ring, there's the third man, but you have a slip. Well, I'll have to call him a gully because he's so wide now, but very backwards. You're not really stepping forward into a traditional gully position. Yes, the ball along the ground, and that's why I'm saying that position is bad, because I'm not sure the ball is going to reach him in the air unless the batsman really has a go and it comes off a thick outside edge.
Seems to be the youngster Vivek in that position as well.
Yep.
They're taking a couple steps in now.
Yeah, because that one went all along the ground.
He did go a little closer to the first slip. May not be as experienced feeling in the slip corner.
Yeah, and the first slip probably needs to go a little closer to the wicketkeeper as well. This time Joseph is getting it down to mid-off, but still no opportunity to score. So a nice quiet period here. Testament to the bowling.
Players that feel in that slip corner is very much a specialist position. You want to have not just senior players, but those with experience fielding in that position.
Joseph trying to catch up. I was surprised it wasn't called a wide, because Joseph was stretching and he still couldn't reach it.
That one seemed pretty wide to me. Keeper having to step across just in front of first slip to take that one in.
Well, we'll see if he can get the radar, because the batsman has played only one ball so far in the over. Probably needs to come a little closer to him, and that's more like it. Then they're going to go for the single. Mission accomplished. There, they eventually got it. It was a hurried hook shot from Joseph. Didn't really make proper contact with it, just kind of kept it off its body, and got the single for it to end the over. A pretty good over in the general scheme of things. Just the one run coming from it. Push it to 12 now. So one.
A little bit of deja vu there. We saw against Yearwood yesterday in the Oval, Sakit. They're starting to pitch in some short ones just at the right shoulder of Yearwood. He was put away then. This time hurrying the batsman. Only fending it off, surprising him somewhat. Did get the single. He was on the back foot and had to recover from that particular delivery, fending it off to make his ground at the non-striker's end.
So Joseph now will be taking strike for the first time from Lele. Lele anxious to get in here. I'm sure he's anxious to get among the wickets as well. Just touching down just outside that off stump. Haven't seen the captain come back on since he went off. I'm not sure how serious a knock he took. And they're going to squeeze a single here now. Again, that one just coming off the inner portion of the bat. Playing it with soft hands is Joseph.
Not sure who's taken over duties as captain on the field. I've seen Siddhat setting the field, maneuvering players around. Maybe he has assumed captain responsibilities now.
Yeah, I think he's the vice captain of the team, or is it Atrava? And trying to get it through, and he does. Goes past the two players there, rolling close to the boundary, and they'll settle for two.
Squeezing that there through the point gap between that slip corner and point. It's a left-hander's sweet spot. His zone of score, most of his runs, most left-handers you find eking out a lot of runs down that third man area behind point. Gopal managing to rotate strike through that gap again.
Yeah, a very strong area for most left-handers. And there's a good delivery, just hitting the leading edge.
Deepak doing the fielding there. He'll be anxious to get his hands on that ball when Sakit has finished his spell. He bowled pretty tight yesterday. He'll be eager to try and get in amongst the wickets again today.
This time again, how many times has he gone past the outside edge of the bat and not get a touch? It's been a recurring theme with him, putting the ball down and just moving it away. And the president is inquiring about the bowler Lele. I don't know if he has a Trini passport, you know.
Well, funny enough, the club where he hails from in Maryland is called Soka. It was given that name from Kanchan Chotu. I'll tell you the meaning. It stands for Super Over Cricket Academy.
There you go.
So they Trini by adoption, is it?
Yes, it is. It's the end of the over, and at the end of the over, it's 14 for 1.
There was a calypso long ago. I don't know if the president is alluding to it, where the words Lele was in the name. Maybe Vinu can pull up the lyrics to that song.
But and Vinud was the singer, you know. Vinud sing bhajan and thing here. All them ladies in here crying, you know.
A famous expression in Trinidad, kaka lele.
Kaka lele.
I won't delve into the meaning of it.
No. We don't want the president to put us out. But it really is a good opportunity for these youngsters. They played at the Oval, they're here at the National Cricket Centre. I don't know if they're going to get to swing by the Brian Lara Cricket Academy and take a walk around. Or maybe when they're going south on Friday. Driving at one, really through the bat at that one there, Joseph.
We did make a request to see if we could possibly get a tour of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. However, it's been taken over by the ICC.
Yeah,
so they are under control of the facility now in preparation for the World Cup. Which is why I raised the issue now with the president standing just to my right.
The president tell him you're coming to visit him at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
We do play Naparima on Friday, very close to the Brian Lara. We'll pass it on the way.
Yep, so they'll see it from a distance. But this is excellent bowling on the part of the DC Hub bowlers. These opening bowlers have kept things relatively quiet. They haven't given too much away. In fact, on another day they might have had a wicket each, if not two. Especially Lele from this end, who has beaten the outside edge of all three batsmen on more than one occasion. Here he is again, and it goes in between the first slip and the wicketkeeper, and it's really the area we've been pointing to that the first slip is the first slip, and then you could adjust accordingly.
Well, not to belabor the point, but we made mention of it so many times. The bowlers are working extremely hard, bowling the right line and lengths across the left-handers. You don't want to see that ball go through the slip or between the keeper and first slip. It's really disheartening after that effort there. You want to close that gap.
But they now closed it, just a little bit. He's again bowling another peach of a delivery that just jumped over the blade of Gopal's bat.
And we saw it yesterday as well. Yearwood was let off very early in that slip cordon with a drop catch. This time, this one not even going to hand. But that gap is closed now and the horse has bolted. With the barn door left open.
Yep. So they just need to keep plugging away and be patient. The star will come. Flicked away. This in the air. This could be out, and it is taken. Really, the ball just kind of sat up there. He tried to flick it on the onside. He spooned to catch the square leg. And a very well-judged catch taken in the end. And that is the end of the man Gopal. $16 for 1, and Gopal made 7.
Gopal going across the line, trying to turn it into the outside, a leading edge. Ball skying up the square leg and a simple catch. So that chance through slip didn't cost much. The second wicket goes down.
Yeah, it is an excellent. Well, it really was a delivery that was badly lined outside of his legs. He just kind of got under it and scooped it up in the air, and that is the end of him. So we have another batsman coming out. Darius Batu Singh.
Darius Batu Singh, another popular name in local youth cricket. Heavy run scorer at that level, at the under 15 level, for school and zone. Coming in at a key position at number 4.
Yeah, really has to put his head down here now and try to help his team get cracking.
He is one player that would have narrowly missed out on making that final squad on tour in the regional team. But we're certainly very happy to have him here, competing against the DC Hub team.
Well, he gets an opportunity here to remind the selectors. And if you want motivation, I think that has to be his motivation.
It's unfortunately only 11 people can play.
And only 15 can tour. Trust me, I know. I remember making my first youth team. I think my name was the 15th name called. Slightly shorter delivery, but pushed away into the offside by Batu Singh to end the over. And at the end of the over, 16 for 2 now.
DC Hub team pegging away at this Trinidad batting lineup. Would be happy with the early success. Still a lot of work to be done, trying to make this 146 seem as mammoth total as possible. You could only do that through tight bowling that we've seen. Very little extras in the first innings given away by the Trinidad team, and you can expect not much here to be given away by the DC team either.
Yeah, they just have to keep plugging away and ensure that they don't take the foot off the gas, so to speak, and make sure that they don't give any freebies and take every opportunity that comes their way from here on out. A little bit wider, but umpire will live with it.
Lele in his fourth over. Very consistent line and length across those left-hand batsmen. Yet another left-hand batsman, Darius Batusing at the crease. So not much adjustment, if any, having to be made by the two fast bowlers in terms of their line and lengths.
I'm wondering if you would hit the edge if he went around the wicket. He's edging again, or is he? No, he's playing and missing. Joseph once again is having difficulty.
One of the tactics we saw adopted by Stuart Broad before his retirement, as well as Shamar Joseph, Kemar Roach even, they tend to go around the wicket immediately to that left-hander, spearing that ball into middle and off and just getting it to move away so that the batsman he's forced to commit. And then they get that outside edge. A very successful recipe shown by those three bowlers. Recipe for success.
More of the same. It's just going, pitching and leaving him all the time.
Yes, that was a clear recipe for success for Stuart Broad, Shamar Joseph, and even Kemar Roach.
But it's something that you have to practice to. It could be a little bit unusual. It's edging. This time it goes down and it goes through the gap there. Nobody to really prevent it from going, and that really was a tough one. Chikuri there, unable to haul it in. But that's exactly what he wants. He wants to be able to hit the edge and hopefully it will carry to slip.
See, he takes a step in. They would have seen in the previous over the slip came up a bit because the ball kept low. Now he's taken a step in after that one just dropped short in front of him.
And this is a loud appeal for IBW, not out, says the umpire. And again, just tough times here for the batsman.
That one was pretty close. I'm not sure. Did that pitch outside the leg stump? Seemed pretty adjacent, but we are not sitting at the best angle. The umpire is at the best angle. Very close. And a good appeal.
So Batu Singh lives to fight another day. Joseph is now back on strike. Again, well bowled. This young man really is impressing. Yeah, he had the 2 early wickets yesterday. Hasn't had one so far today, but more than deserving as the over comes to an end. 17 for 2.
DCR creating chances. Trinidad and Tobago batsmen just riding their luck a bit. One of the difference between today's approach from the Trinidad batsmen as opposed to Queen's Park. The Queen's Park batsmen look to be very aggressive, refused to be pegged down and lost their wickets early. These batsmen here a little more circumspect. Some balls finding the edge, beating the edge, and they're still there. So far these two live to fight another day.
Well, we'll see if they can change the tempo here just a little bit. And Batu Singh, no doubt, will be key to all of this. This one is in the air. That's gone high. They're chasing it, but they won't get under it. And they'll come back for 2 runs. But you can see Batu Singh trying to get on with proceedings.
He's just playing through the line of that ball, not to the pitch of it whatsoever. Striking high up on the bat. Luckily, it was straight enough that mid-off couldn't get around to take the catch. Just landing just behind the 30-yard circle. Somewhat of a half chance, maybe.
No, let's see if he can really maybe pitch it right up in the block hole. He goes again, and that's even better this time. It goes peeling away over extra cover. That's gone for 4.
Very dismissive shot there, that cover drive. Spanking it through the offside. Full flow of the bat. Throwing the entire kitchen sink at that one. Racing into the boundary. Batu Singh wants to get on with it now.
Well, he certainly made his intentions very clear. We haven't seen any adjustments really in the field. You still have the one slip and then a very wide gully or a fourth slip. That's an area that you don't like to be turning much because guess what? You're flirting with danger. On that side of the wicket, you only have the square leg and the man at mid-on.
Very fortunate indeed. That one could have been put away. There only one man to beat there at mid-wicket. But took his time. We saw a dismissal from Gopal taking the leading edge, and Darius just wanted to ensure he got it on the ground.
And Joseph does well. Didn't hit it too hard. Gave himself enough time to scamper to get up to the non-strikers end safely.
That shot by Darius Batu Singh, they're releasing all of the pressure. And the batsman now seems to be rotating the strike. Full of confidence. Far cry from the outside edges we saw earlier.
Yep. But it was always on the card. You nearly needed to strengthen the slip cordon because the amount of times they'd gone past the bar. And here he goes again. And once it pitched up, he's throwing everything at it. That's 4 runs, 2 square leg.
Batu Singh, very much the senior player in this Trinidad and Tobago lineup, coming in at number 4, demonstrating to all the fans and parents around all of his wares. Firstly trying to go straight back over the top, then punching one through the covers. Now he's working one into the onside past that solitary man at mid-wicket. There's one at mid-on, but there's no way either one of them could have caught up with that one as it raced across the outfield.
So he's showing real positive intent here. Not going to just sit around and wait for something to time. He's going at one that keeps very low. Luckily for him, it was not on the stumps, else that would have been curtains for him. But the over comes to an end, 30 for 2 at the end of it.
I don't know who was more fortunate there. If that had pitched and come up the way it should have, if that would have taken the bat and gone straight back at the bowler. Or was the batsman lucky it ratted and didn't hit into the stumps?
Yeah, he just missed it there, luckily for him. 30 for 2 at the end of the over.
Wonder if we'll see a bowling change here now. 4 overs from Lele at the pavilion end. Seems he's going to continue. Hasn't really put a foot wrong.
No, he hasn't. And this is what the team needs right now. They need somebody to really put their hands up and take charge.
Because many options available to the DC team. There's Alvin, there's Rahil, who normally bowl first change. And of course the spinners Deepak and Atharva.
It is hot, humid afternoon, so the players will definitely be feeling the heat.
Still no return from Jackson, who went off the field after a catch at first slip.
Again, nicely fielded there, well set field.
Still maintaining that 7-2 field. There's a slipper gully, a third man between them, a point, cover and mid-off.
So it's just a matter, you want to believe it's only a matter of time, but sometimes batsmen do like that. They play and they miss and play and they miss, and you are just oohing and eyeing and holding your head. Nothing's happening.
I recall Shivnarine Chandapal in his early days did a lot of that. Went on to score over 10,000 test runs.
So again, this time they're getting it down to that third man position. Hey, finally we see somebody setting a field with a third man, cutting off runs down in that position there. It's really a sort of get out of jail shot for a number of batsmen. They tend to just run the ball down there and take off, and sometimes they get boundaries. Now, again, just is it another no ball? Yes, it is.
Second time Lele just overstepping. He's running up the hill. Sometimes when a bowler's run up, when they mark it out and you get conditions where you have to either go down a hill or up a hill, it alters your paces as you run in. Sometimes you get that issue of no balls.
This time he's pulling this one. It's in the air again. He's not afraid to go aerial. And he's going to get a couple. In fact, the ball rolls into the boundary. Almost like if he didn't see the boundary in front of him. And he just more or less escorted the ball to the boundary.
Batu Singh taking his chances. Anything on the leg side, on the leg stump, that he can swing his arms through. The previous over and now again, this one went high up into the air. But it didn't seem as though either fieldsman could catch up with it. It landed and one thought it would a pitching wedge and it would have just settled, but no, it rolled into the boundary.
.36 now for 2. And that's a great shot. That's gone brilliantly through the gap, and that's 4 runs.
Batu Singh taking control here, punishing anything that he sees loose. Swinging his arms through the line of that delivery. In the air, but well past cover. No chance to the fieldsman. And races into the boundary again.
Yeah, so he's doing his bit. Look at it again, and just coming onto that front foot quite nicely and stroking it. But catching up with the ball at the ideal point, and he just pierces the gap. So a very quiet period here, except for when we see Batu Singh on strike. He has decided that he's going to take the fight to the bowlers, coming with some big hits early on. So still a question here now. Can they push on and get these 147 runs required? They still need a further 107 runs. So 40 for 2. And we have a new bowler coming on, Raja. And that's hit nicely into the gap. They've gone for 1. They're going to get a second. And Lele is in attendance. So Goswami just making sure that everything is A-OK. Not a bad little bowler, but you have to be impressed with what you're seeing from the teenager here, Ariel Lele, number 22. This one is hit hard. That's going another way too. That's going away. That's going to be 4 more. Through extra cover it goes, and he's just dealing in boundaries right now, hitting the ball very hard indeed. So it's going to be a question, can they continue to push on? So another one down the boundary, or that's down the ground, I should say. But certainly, Batu Singh is showing real aggressive intent here. He really wants to get on with things. Had a couple sumptuous boundaries already to his name, looking for some more. But he's at the non-strikers end. This is Joseph. Been very quiet, but he's still there. And he just watches that one go away, probably thinking he might have been called a wide, but the umpire says he's so close to it. If he wanted to play a shot, he could have. And here he is trying to get it away, but really got himself into a bit of a tangle there. Down on one knee, and the bat coming down at an awkward angle. Nowhere to go. Driving again, but can't get any power behind it. So that completes the over 47 for 2 now at the end of it. So these youngsters, you would have heard from some of them earlier, talking about how much they're enjoying this whole experience of, first of all, touring, going on an international tour. I know they have an under-19 team that is also in Barbados. So, so they will be looking forward to that as well when they make the step up to the next level. Batu Singh again trying to force one off the back foot. Stands up straight. He likes to, as I say, stand and deliver. And he's been fairly successful so far. And teasing just outside of that off stump, not really putting too much pace on the ball. Karatla, and nicely played. In fact, he's going to get the single. So that brings the very patient Joshua Joseph on strike. He hasn't been able to really maneuver the ball as he would like, or even as his team likes. He's really soaking up a lot of dot balls everywhere. 48 for 2. We're in over number 12. And they really need him to probably try to rotate the strike and see if we could get Batu Singh back on strike. And they will take the overthrow. And they're going to be back for the second run. Yes, they will. The return is coming in. It's coming from a long way out there from Satwik Patib. But the batsmen will be happy with 2.
Well, Ruskin, I think these two guys are perfect foil for each other. Batu Singh doing the heavy lifting. Joseph, though, seems to be one to gather runs. What he can do at best here is look to just probably rotate the strike.
Yeah, that's all you want him to do, because whenever he attempts a big shot, he loses shape and he loses power. So you can't really get it off the square. He blocks another dot ball to him, but he's still there. And it's the end of the over. 50 on the board is 50 for 2.
Yeah, they've added 34 so far, and I think they've brought the Trinidad and Tobago reserve team right back into this game. You made it clear early on that the Trinidad and Tobago national under 15 team, they're out in Antigua, and these are the guys on this team would have been some of the guys who would not have made that final cut. Added to that, some of the players are past that age, as you can see Batu Singh, because I mean, looking at Batu Singh play, you can't see how he couldn't have made a national under 15 team. So he's just past the age.
He is again looking to score. He's going to get a single, yes, a little bit of a bubble there, and everything is being punished here now. They seem to have it under control there, Shah, but just that little bubble, and the Batu Singh and Joseph are off and running for another quick single. 51 now. And it's striking him on the pad, but I was going down leg.
Yeah, definitely. You can see easy decision there for the umpire. Let's have a look at that again. Definitely pitched outside the leg stump as well.
And it just kept going, didn't really turn back, didn't really spin back towards the stumps. Yeah, he's again hitting that one and almost carrying back to the bowler.
Well, actually, there, Ruskin, I thought
he might have hit him on the fingers.
Yeah, I thought it did carry. We'll have a look at that again. Yeah, it did carry.
Right there, and like I said, every time Joseph tries to get aggressive, he just, it's almost as if he cannot place the ball in the gaps. He hits it, but he hits it either straight to the fieldsman, and in that case, he always hit it straight back to the bowler, and this time he does. Right back into the bowler's arm, just as we were talking, and he hit it straight back. So a nice cotton ball there by Goswami. And Joseph has to go. It's 51 now for 3.
Well, you had it spot on. Every time Joseph is looking to be aggressive, he loses shape. And you can clearly see from this return offering that he lost his shape. His head was in the air, and he was trying to pull that through the onside. Somehow it ended up on the offside of the track and right back into the bowler's hands. So, wicket number 3, and that has brought the hub right back into this contest.
So that's he was the rock at the other end that kept everything out, but now he has departed, and is it Ethan Ramcharan is the new batsman. And I guess also you could say that Goswami has decided that none of this drop catching thing, I'm taking myself. It did come back at him quickly too. He had to make sure and get his hands up as quickly as possible. So Ethan Ramcharan has joined Darius Batu Singh. And these two, I'm sure, will try to keep the momentum going, if not increase the tempo as much as possible. Try to bat the Trinidad and Tobago youth outfit into a very strong position. But they've lost 3 wickets. That's the important thing.
Thank you, Vinod. DC Hub got a good breakthrough at a very crucial junction.
And a little bit of a miss there. The keeper seemed to be blinded by the batsman and didn't collect it. So they'll get 2 byes. It looks like, I don't think he got a touch onto it. Leg byes. So he probably just struck the pad on the way through.
A good spin, good off spin, missed the line.
So
At
that'll
this
make it
inning of the day,
53 for
Ruskin,
3.
I believe the pitch is favoring the spinners. Fast bowlers did their job with the new ball shining.
Yeah, the batsman played and missed a lot.
There were 3, I think, opportunities for the catches. All, I think, 3 were in the slip position.
It certainly is, I suppose, game by game they'll probably figure out, what are the best options for them. Certainly in terms of their field placings, and especially in the slip cordon, they seem to favor that first slip going fairly wide.
Batula is back in the attack.
Short ball, pulled away, that's a good shot. And the fielder was going to his left, the man at deep backward square, never saw the ball. The ball was more through mid-wicket. And it went there in a hurry.
A nice pull shot of a short ball.
.57 for 3 now. So they're in the countdown phase now, under 100 runs.
A good defense and a good ball by Batula on the offside.
Batu Singh stands there waiting, tall and very elegant, but very businesslike when he's making his shots. He tries to impart maximum power. Again, another short ball, the same treatment. And this one has gone quickly. Maybe even quicker than the one before, but in generally the same location. And he really is pushing things on here now. 61 now for the loss of 3 wickets. So it's a very good shot. So young Batu Singh clearly is in the money, as they say. He's really having a good time. He's picking his deliveries, and here he goes again. Really, he's through everything at that one, and you can see him trying to maybe clear the bowler's head, but he got himself probably too wound up and mistimed it badly, to the point where it didn't even go in front of him. It came behind him and came down for no run. I think the umpires would like a water break. They signaled to the dressing rooms, and I think they will get the water break as planned. So at the end of that over, 61 for 3. We'll be back as soon as the play resumes. As we welcome you back here, we getting ready for the resumption. The players have been refreshed a little bit, and it's going to be Goswami who's going to continue as Ethan Ramcharan is waiting, and he really gets a full toss that he should have done a lot more with. Got it on the full, but failed to really capitalize on it. Again, getting into position, but the ball following him this time. If he looks up, he realizes that there is no deep backward square. There's just a man at square leg, just backward of square, close in. So that pull shot could work. Even if he mishits it, it will probably be a productive one.
Yeah, I think after the water break, I think the coaches and the manager, I saw them in the field thinking, I think there should be a different change of plan. All the players are back in the 30 yard. Only one fielder at, I would say, 45 yard. There is a new plan. Hoping to get a breakthrough.
Well, they're up against a new batsman who is more intent on playing the ball with a straight bat as opposed to a horizontal bat. But if he played that sweep shot, he probably would get 4 runs every time because the man in the square leg position is close in there. And there's nobody supporting in the back there. But that's the end of a good over. And Goswami, at the end of it, is 61 for 3, a maiden over.
A maiden over. At this stage, TTCB is at 61 for 3. They're looking pretty strong as of now. Just required 3.3 required run rate.
By comparison, the DC Hub were 59 for 3 at the
this
same stage.
DC Hub were 59 for 3. Thank you, Russell. Batula is back in the attack. And I see a change in field for Batula for the same batsman.
This is
Batu Singh, he hit 2 back-to-back boundary at the same location where the new fielder is over there.
And this time he's cracking this one through extra cover. It's a long chase out there. He's gone for 1. They probably could have gotten a second, but they instead opted not to go for the second run.
Good collection. They didn't went for the second run. It was not a bad ball. The batsman hit at the cover drive. A good collection by Rahil Shah. With the left and right in combination, I think the captain has a good plan.
62 for 3 now. Remember the countdown is on. They're under 100 runs required now and just taking their time about it.
A good ball by Batula, well defended. So our skipper Wesley Jackson is into dressing room, and the stand-in keeper right now is Siddharth Kothale, the keeper.
Again, a delivery that he had plenty of time to put away there, Ramcharan. Not able to find a gap.
With change in skipper, what do you think, Ruskin? Do you think there should be some change in field strategy? And I'm sure every player has a different strategy for the field setup.
Well, the thing about it is that nobody other than Batu Singh seems like could make big runs. So what you have to do is, one, design a plan for Batu Singh to keep him off strike. So if you give him the single early, then you operate with the other batsmen, because they all seem to be a little bit hesitant to try anything, so they just pat the balls. And this is what happened. He got the single off the first ball, and he can't get back on strike now.
Batula keeping the score required run rate down.
This time, this one he gets it away, and
quick single.
Gonna get this single, but it comes as the over comes to an end. So one more to the score 63 for 3 now.
Just 2 of the over. A good over by Batula.
Yeah, he continues to bowl well. If anything, he's a little bit slow through the air, and that's why I think when Batu Singh is attacking him, he has to be spot on with his line and maybe increase his speed a little bit, because Batu Singh is just sitting there waiting, and once he errs in length, he's able to pull him through with wicket.
Raj Aditya Goswami is back in the attack. He put a previous over, good maiden over, keeping the score rate down. Hope to get a quick breakthrough. A good ball, well defended by Ethan.
That would be one of the things that I would imagine you all would look at, is to teach the batsmen how to use their feet to the spin bowlers, to get close to the pitch of the ball and drive it. Don't just pat it back to the bowler. Really drive it.
A good ball. When the score rate required is not high, every dot ball is making the batsman little bit
Nervous.
impatient. Yeah, nervous.
See, Ramcharan this time gets it away, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. That's a good-looking drive there through extra cover down to the boundary for 4. Finally stepped out and got the job done.
A good 4 at the deep extra cover. All the fielders are in. Batsman has a good eye at the outfield.
Ethan Ramcharan was trying his best to get after the bowling. Wasn't having much luck before, but this time he just stepped out a little bit and he stroked it nicely into the gap for 4. Here he is again pushing this one. Gonna get a single at least. No, they decided against running. Well,
A good attempt by Deepak Gurandla at the covers. Batsman didn't took a chance. And good follow by Alvin Sammy.
and again not able to take advantage. It was a short ball, a quicker delivery. And it just seemed to rush onto him.
Lele was the fielder.
And so there's a sweep shot, and I was making that point earlier. Even if he doesn't play it well, it could be productive for him because there's nobody out there. All he has to do is get it away from the man close in at square leg, and he's going to get a boundary or at least a couple. And on this occasion, it's 4 runs. So that will push the scoring along quite nicely. That would help. And
2 good boundaries in this over after a pretty good over previously by Raj Aditya Goswami.
.71 for 3.
Batula is back in the attack. I see some change in the field by the skipper Siddharth Kotale.
And how serious is the injury to Jackson? I was saying, how serious is the injury to Jackson?
Jackson, I heard that he had some stomach upset.
Well, so he's not injured, he's just ill.
Yeah, maybe because of the breakfast or some food, I think.
Probably longing for some McDonald's. Some Mickey D's. Here he goes again. That's a good shot. And that too is going to cause, but they're just jogging. They're not really pushing for that first run. They could easily have come back for that second run. They just seem to jog the first one, almost as if he anticipated it was going to go for a boundary. And then by the time they touched down at either end, the opportunity for a second was lost.
A quick throw by Rahil Shah at long off. And a slight field change. Actually, the player change, the field setup is still the same for left-handed and right-handed batsmen.
72 for 3 now.
Good
And,
ball by Batula.
Ramcharan again shaping to punch it through the offside. He does have a nice gap there. If he could place it just to the left of that short extra cover, and he could very well get a boundary. On the back foot he goes.
A good back foot punch. The fielder at long
That's
on
4
could not
runs.
stop the ball.
Yeah.
A nice strong punch by Ethan.
So now you have Ramcharan getting involved in it. Look at it again. He just waits on the back foot, in position early, and frees that left leg and squares the body, and all the power comes with that swing. Down the wicket he goes this time, and he's going to get another boundary. It's rolling to the boundary and long off, and that's 4 more. 4 good-looking runs for Ramcharan. All of a sudden, he has exploded as well.
Back-to-back 4 by Ramcharan. One at the long on, one at the long off region.
80 runs on the board now.
TTCB got 4 fours in last 10 balls. A quick
60.
cover up with the previous 2 maidens.
Short ball, and that too, they think for a moment, and they will get the single now. Again, just that little bubble in the field. Had he fielded cleanly, there probably would not have been a chance at a run. In fact, the batsmen were not prepared to run. But because of the bubble, and maybe just took his eyes off of it to see what the batsmen were doing, and he gifted them the time to complete a single. There he goes. That's another big hit down to long one. There's cover. So you'll have to settle for just the single, but you could just see when he opens up like that, he looks very, very strong indeed, because you know if he connects, it's going to go quickly and it's going to go far. At the end of the over, and it's 81 for 3 now.
Looks like Deepak Gorandla is the new bowler. At this stage, I think the bowler should have a plan to take a wicket rather than saving singles and boundaries. It's not a big daunting task. The required run rate is not more than 4. And Ethan and Batu Singh both have a good attacking mindset. A good protection by the bowler, Deepak. There is a long off, long on, deep extra cover, and a deep mid wicket.
So here's another one hit out into the deep, and the batsman will jog a comfortable single.
Lele is the fielder at deep extra cover. A good protection by Deepak, trying to save the boundaries.
This is a critical juncture here, because if these two keep going at the rate at which they're going, they could really put their team into an impregnable position and bat them to a victory. Here.
Wicket is needed at this stage. Will put some pressure in the TTC dressing room. And Deepak is a wicket-taking bowler. He has a good attacking mindset.
And here he goes again. This too goes down to square leg. There is a man running around from mid-wicket, but 2 more in the kitty.
A good shot at the deep square leg region. Good throw by Arya Lele.
So Ramcharan keeps pushing on now. 83 for 3.
Ruskin, at this stage, what do you think? What should be the bowler or the skipper's mindset? What changes should be done at this stage?
Well, they have to try and get a wicket, so you probably bowl one side of the wicket, try to frustrate the batsman as much as possible. Ramcharan is using the sweep shot now a lot more than he was earlier. And because I think he realizes that, those are easy runs for him there. So what you want to do is not give him that shot and bowl a little bit further outside the off stump and force him to try to play against the turn through the offside.
A good ball by Deepak. Well defended. A good over.
So he has a little discussion there. Takes his cap 85 for 3 at the end of the over.
Batu Singh and Ethan both are well settled, looking confident, playing good spinners. Maybe a change in mindset should be, to just give them a different ball. Maybe the skipper should think of bringing some pace bowlers.
Something we don't see much of is bringing back the faster bowlers. And so maybe this might be a good time for Lele to come back, maybe just a one over, just to see if he can break that partnership.
So Lele and with Saket, they were the top bowlers. Yesterday they took 2 wickets each in the first 2 overs. So maybe a change in mindset should be the approach by the skipper.
Is this Kanchala who is coming on now?
New bowler in the attack, Atharva Kaushal. He's a good off spinner. There is only one protection on the offside at the long off region. Longer for the left.
And he's out
Good catch by Deepak Gurandla. The very first ball
well,
of Atharva
he
Kaushal.
stays there, and they're asking whether the catch was taken. So the batsman is going to walk. The umpire hasn't made a decision.
Both the umpires are looking at each other.
So what it is? Did the ball carry or?
And the batsman is confused. Should I stay? Should I go?
Yep. So I think the umpires are saying no, it didn't carry.
Looking at that excitement of the fielder Deepak, it looked like it was a clean catch.
The fieldsman is
The leg umpire is not
confident.
budging.
The fieldsman is confident that he took the catch. It was a good diving effort. He had to go forward to take it. And
I think the decision is still not made. I think umpire is talking with the fielders.
yeah, well, at least if you're not sure, you have to talk to the square leg umpire, because the square leg umpire probably would have had a better view of that. That is a difficult one for the presiding umpire, because it went so quickly and it went down.
Can we zoom it here? Zoom the catch here, ball, previous ball. The replay. And the replay, can we zoom it?
So it's very difficult. So now the umpire is having a little bit of a discussion here with the players, and now after all of this, I would like to think that you give the benefit of the doubt to the batsman. I don't think the fielding team will like it too much, but invariably they will give the benefit of the doubt to the batsman.
I think umpire is trying to take their own sweet time to make sure that the decision is not wrong. Now looking at this kind of situation when the game occurs, it's a good time to have a DRS technology.
The thing is they cannot make that decision, because if she couldn't make the decision initially, after discussions with the square leg couldn't make the decision either. I think they were probably just telling the players that neither one of them could be certain that the catch was taken. They're not saying that it wasn't taken, but they're not sure. And because of that, they probably give the benefit of the doubt to the batsman. And I'm happy to see that the players accepted that, and we're getting home to play. Because you consider, in the game against Fatima, remember the captain was given out. He actually walked off the field into the pavilion, and then they called him back when they realized it was the wrong decision. And now this is almost a similar situation here. And if Batu Singh was aggressive before, but this scare that he got here, who knows, he might just go berserk now. And he's going straight to that one. That's a good hit. And that is going close to the boundary, and it's fielded. But again, they just jogged the run without really putting pressure on the fielders to probably see if they could force a second run.
Good fielding, I think at the long of his Rahil Shah saved almost 3 runs. So I think overall that the catching decision was good. When in doubt, the favor goes to the batsman. And even a soft call was not given, so it looked like, they were not sure.
Yeah, once they were not sure. They certainly. It's always difficult because he was diving forward, and whether he got his hands under it, nobody is so certain. And I'll tell you something. Whenever you take a catch like that, sometimes you yourself not absolutely certain if it did in fact go straight into your hands or if you go, because most times when you're diving forward, you put your hands, but you're also trying to protect your face. You turn your face away from it so you don't see the ball into your hands, all the way through. And so that's why sometimes the umpires are the ones who will make the decision, because the player could only say, well, it's in my hand, so I caught it, but sometimes it might just drop in front of the hand.
A good ball. Looks like it's wide.
Signal wide.
Too much of spin, I believe. In the morning, I saw that there were no cracks on the pitch. Don't know right now after the sunny day, hot day.
Yes, has
if
been.
the pitch has
And
broken.
he's going straight with this one. This one could go into the boundary. That's well hit.
Batu Singh is on fire.
And that puts them into the 90s now. It should be 92 for 3. So again, if these two stick around for any extended period of time, they could get their team very close to that 147 target.
Looks like Batu Singh wants to finish the innings fast. He's taking on spinners really well. He has not faced a single pace bowler so far. Don't know how he'll react to the fast bowlers. TTCB is inching towards 100. They're currently 92 for 3. A quick breakthrough is required. Batu Singh on 45. With 8 fours and just 32 ball. He's striking at 145 strike rate.
End of the over. It's 92 for 3 at the end of it.
Well supported by Ethan. He's on 21 with 4 fours at a strike rate of 75 with 28 balls.
And just to do a quick comparison, after 20 overs, the DC Hub was 75 for 5 at that same stage. So the TT under 15s are well ahead. They've only lost to 3 wickets, and they have 92 on the board.
That wicket could have been a good breakthrough for the visiting team, DC Hub.
That would have been ideal for
that
them.
to a wicket of Batu Singh, who's looking very good. A good ball by Deepak Gorandla. Off the pads to the mid-on region. Saket Kannada is at the mid-on region.
Again, they have no protection behind square.
I think Deepak has set the field. I like, when any bowler who sets the field, they know which ball they're going to put and where the batsman can hit.
This is going straight again. That's another good hit. And over the bowler, straight over the bowler's head, down to the boundary for 4. Brilliantly done.
Opening the face of the bat, putting above the fielder at the 30-yard region. A good shot by Ethan. They are dealing with 4s and 4s. In last 7 overs, they hit roughly like 8 4s.
And Ramcharan, who started slowly, has now sort of picked it up. He too is getting into the 4-hitting business, as they say.
Field change now. Both the mid-off and mid-on are at long on and long off.
So that puts it up to 96 for 3 now. And
good
they're
ball,
going to go for a
beaten by
quick
the
single.
pace.
And they're going to get it too. So this is where they probably just need to, this is where they're probably missing a trick now. You have to keep the pressure on. You can't have all the fieldsmen just on the side of the, just there in that ring. And somebody has to be attacking the ball to prevent those singles.
Batu Singh back on strike. He's looking strong at 45. He seems to be well settled. He has a good mindset. Hitting the balls on its merits.
So 97 now for 3 at the end of that over.
Deepak, a good over, batting the 4.
So now with 97 runs on the board, it means that they just need 50 more runs
Athara Kaushal is back in attack.
secure the victory.
They just need now 50 runs in 114 balls. Wicket should be precious at this stage. A couple of quick wickets. The fight back that we saw yesterday.
And that's another big hit. That too is going to travel and down to deep mid wicket. That's going to be 4 runs.
There was no protection there. Picked up really well by Ethan at the cow corner.
That brings up the 100.
That brings up the 100 for the TTCB team. Looking strong, both the players.
101 for 3. Tack on another one as they really now just coasting towards a victory here. The visitors need a wicket in the worst way.
A single at the long off region. Alvin Sammy was the fielder.
So the deep mid wicket has been withdrawn. He's gone all the way out to the fence.
Batu Singh back on the attack.
And this is a good hit because he hit it straight. Both mid-off and mid-on will close in on it.
He is looking for his quick 50. He's on 49.
Not before he could pick up 2 more.
I don't know he's aware of it, of his 49 or not. I'm sure he's not aware.
103. No, not the radio station, but the score. 103 for 3. And he's gone again. That's a big hit. That's an almighty hit. And that's gone racing across the turf for 4 more.
And
So that should bring up his half century there.
a good shot at the deep extra cover region. Picked it nice.
So yeah, congratulations all around for his half century. How many 4s did he have in that half century now?
This was his 9th 4 of just 36 balls.
Splendid effort.
53 of 36 balls.
And he's gone
Same
again.
region.
More of the same, almost in the identical spot.
Hammered at the same region. He picked up really well. Is dealing with raining force for TTCB.
They're really kicking on now. It's 115 for 3. 31 more needed. Or 32 more, I should say, needed.
A wide ball.
Yep. And they've gone for 1, and I don't think they're going to come back for the second.
A quick throw by Shivansh Chekuri.
So they will get the run plus the wide, so they'll get 2 anyway. So 117 now for the loss of those 3 wickets. So they're now 30 runs away, quickly getting there. And,
Yesterday somebody was asking when DC Up were defending a Lotus total, what did the DC Up team ate in the breakfast or in the lunch? And today it seems like what did they eat today in the morning?
117 for 3 at the end of that over. And so it's really now about them. Well, you have to keep your focus because you know, there's not the end of the world. Sure, you'll be disappointed because you played a really tough game yesterday, came up short. And today, just this pair seems to be taking the game away from you.
Pretty expensive over by Atharva Kaushal, 17 off the over. Deepak Goronda is back in the attack.
And their players platooning all over the place. Deep mid wicket, long on, long off, deep extra cover. And he's trying his best to even to beat that field placing. They're gone for the second one, yes.
A good shot. The deep mid wicket region. Alvin Sami was quick at the throw. Successfully taken 2 runs. A wide.
Yep, you don't want to give them runs. Yeah, that should take the score now on to 120.
Just 27 more required. Many balls remaining.
And that's well played. While there's cover out here, he's certainly looking the part. He's probably a year older than some of the other players. He's 16 now. He's already 16. But he certainly looks like he knows what he's doing when he has the bat in his hands. Darius Batu Singh.
A misfilled, and it should race away to the 4. It is a 4.
So 4 more to the score, and certainly just pushing on here now. That should be taking it up to 124.
A misfield costed 4 runs. At this stage, it's very crucial when there are not many runs to defend.
This time he is trying to reverse sweep there. He's really bringing everything into play now. Luckily for him, it struck him outside that leg stump. Or so these two have really shut the door, so to speak, on the DC Hub outfit.
A good defense, a good ball.
Few runs, but plenty balls to get them in. Another easy single pushes the score now to 124 for the loss of 3 wickets. And the Trinidad and Tobago team really right now are in cruise control at 124 for 3. And this is the challenge for the youngsters now, because they collectively, or they have to kind of get together and figure out, what are their options here? How do they approach the next couple of overs? How do they still keep themselves motivated through this? Because this would be a disappointing loss for them. This is the big game, so to speak. They're playing against a Trinidad and Tobago select team. So they obviously wanted to do well here, but it comes right on the heels of that disappointing loss yesterday to Queen's Park by the 1 wicket, when they picked up 2 wickets with the scores tied, and they came close to getting a third one that would have ended the game there and maybe forced a super over. And if you guys had gotten a super over, who would have bowled that super over?
Well, personally, I think everybody can bowl super over. If they
bowl
go with
Lele.
this fast bowler,
Lele?
I would say they might go with Lele, they might go with Saket, even Wesley Jackson himself,
And who would have batted? The
Rahil
captain
Shah,
and who?
Alvin Sami.
The captain and who would have batted? If they
Batting, I would say Wesley Jackson would be the one of the 3 batsmen for the super over.
Jackson and who?
With maybe Siddharth Kothale as a lefty batsman.
Okay. So we have a new bowler coming on here now.
Shivansh Chekuri is the new bowler.
They're going for a single, but it's only one person running, and then there's yes, no, and then to compound it all, Garantla doesn't pick up the ball, or Kamchal doesn't pick up the ball, and the batsmen eventually go back.
A misfield by Atharu Kaushal, but no damage done to the team.
And another pull shot that's going to go close. That's going to go into the boundary. The man at deep mid wicket had to cover a lot of ground to get across there. Never got close to it. And that's 4 more. So the run's flowing now, and they are just pushing on towards a victory. 128 now for 3.
Ethan picking the ball really well. Short ball on the leg side. Punch for a 4. I think they're playing really well with the spinners.
Chakuri. And they're going to
A
pick up
comfortable
another
easy
one.
run at the long off. Ethan is well supporting to his other partner Batu Singh. Batu Singh on 58, Ethan on 41. Looks like they want to finish the game without losing a sweat.
So will he pitch it up to him and give him the opportunity to free his arms and maybe clear the fences as well. And cracking this one, that's a good shot again. And there's a long chase coming across. And the batsmen are going to jog to the deepest point on the boundary of the ground, way over.
Nice punch
And
at
that
the
western
gully
end.
region. Vivek Batula was the fielder.
Again, he's asking him to go to his left now. They run the first one quickly, and they will complete the second one with relative ease. So 131 for the loss of 3 wickets now.
Batu Singh is making
For
Vivek tired,
133 rather.
hitting the same region, left and right.
Really getting a workout down there. And for some reason, Ramcharan doesn't want to run. It's almost as if he's saying, look, just hit the ball and stop
Their
the running.
dealings in 2s and 4s.
Yeah, you know, why would I run a single when you could hit a 4? But it's the end of the over, and at the end of it, it's 133 for 3.
Just 14 more required in the next 16 overs. Looks like a change in bowling.
Yeah, they're really short of a top-class spinner, somebody who could really come and, you know, change the game for them, make it difficult for the batsman, somebody who could really turn the ball, turn it prodigiously, you know.
Satvik Patibandla is the new man in attack. He is a good off spinner.
Satwik Patib.
Yesterday he got a good catch, and unfortunately he got injured on his right hand under the back of the palm.
And trying to really hit that as hard as he possibly can. Made no contact with it. Probably tell himself he sure missed out there.
DC is desperately looking for a breakthrough. And a misfield.
Yep, they're going to get the single.
They capitalize on it. Misfield, the short mid-off region, short cover region by Atharva Kaushal.
Yep, you're beginning to see the little cracks now. The concentration levels are dropping.
Batu Singh is back in the attack. He's playing really good spins. Easy single.
Yeah, but they have no reason to hang their heads. They've been playing good cricket all along. They won the first 2 games. This would be their second loss, but by no means they're being disgraced.
A good back foot punch.
They ran quickly. Any bubble at all, they'll come back for the second run. I thought they would, but they decided against it. And Sami recovers quickly.
Satvik has a plan. He's trying to execute the plan, looking for a quick wicket.
And that's gone. That's another big hit. That's going to be another boundary. So he is just pushing on here now and taking no prisoners. 140 for 3 now.
A nice shot on the leg side at the deep square leg region. It seemed like a 6. So I heard that Ruskin Shivansh
So we're
Chakur
back
is
here.
back in the attack.
Tyler Ramroop is the new batsman.
A quick single on the long off region.
And just as we were away there, we saw the wicket that of
Batu Singh.
Batterson going for 67. Caught off the bowling of
Sathwik. And catch taken by Deepak.
Yep.
Another comfortable single at the cover region. Now Ethan looking strong, is inching towards his half century. Change in the field for Ethan. A man at the deep extra cover.
And that's another big hit out into the deep. It goes close to the boundary. They will
Quick
take
second
2.
run.
And they are right within striking distance now.
Just 4 required. Ethan on 45 with a strike rate of almost 90.
And he's gone again. That will bring up 49 to him now. And that will be that. As they take the score past the 146, exactly 140.
I believe just 1 run required.
But I see the batsmen are shaking hands, so they.
Shaking hand, I believe, for his 50, but I think he's on 49.
He is on 49, but I think they've called off the game. The game has ended. So he would have gone to 147, the score.
He made 50.
And he made his 50.
A good 50 or 51 ball with a strike rate of almost 100. A nice winning shot.
And 9 fours as well.
With a 9 fours. Ethan and Darius Batu Singh done the bulk of the job.
So they've really cantered to a victory here by 6 wickets.
Comfortable 6-wicket victory with 14 overs to go.
So 147 for 4 and a comfortable victory for the TNT U17s. Or U15s, I should say. And certainly congratulations to them. Lele, 5 overs, no maidens, 23 runs, no wicket. Kandadai, 4 overs, no maidens, 16 runs and 2 wickets. Vivek Batula, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 24 runs, no wickets. Goswami, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 1 wicket. Gorantla, 3.1 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wicket. Koshal, 2 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, no wicket. Chikuri, 1.4 overs, no maidens, 17 runs and no wickets. And Patibandia, 1 over for 1 wicket for 7 runs. So those are the bowling figures. 147 for 4. And again, punctuated by that splendid 67 from Darius Batu Singh and 50 unbeaten by Ethan Ramcharan, powered the TNT under 15s to a victory, a solid victory by 6 wickets. So congratulations to them.
Comfortable chase with 2 solid batsmen making the bulk of the job and almost finishing the game.
Yep.
At this stage, looks like DC Hub got a good challenge, and with 4 games we played so far, it's now like 2-all.
The record is 2 and
So
2.
we'll consider the next game as a final game.
Yep. So that is the game against Naparima College on Friday at
Yes.
Naparima College at Lewis Street. And that is a 9:30 start on Friday morning. So we hope you can join us for that. So on behalf of the entire team here, I'm Roscoe Mark, thanking you so much, and continue to follow the youngsters from the DC Hub as they conclude their tour of Trinidad and Tobago Friday morning, 9:30 at Naparima College. Should be a great one.